Let's get nasty on a Thursday. It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN with Andrew Marsh and Jamie Rivers. I'm Anthony Stalter. 202, your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. We're going to chat with Kyle Hiebert of St. Louis City SC in a little bit. About 3:30 or so. Chris Kerber is going to join us as well.
He's back from
at
London.
3 o'clock. Yeah, back from London. Talk a little Blues hockey with him. We'll talk about Shohei Ohtani today and how, boy, his injury impacts his free agency. And I want to throw something at Jamie that might be a little unconventional for him next year, but I got an idea on that. But we wanted to start off with the Cardinals and some of the players that have performed well of late. We saw Zach Thompson pitch well again yesterday. And when I say pitch well, we're talking relatively speaking. We're not talking about what you'd expect from Spencer Strider. We're talking about within the confines or, the vacuum of how good could Zach Thompson be after he went, he started off well in the bullpen. He goes down to Memphis to get stretched out. Things don't really go well from a starting standpoint. He comes back up. He goes back to the bullpen. Now he's starting it. All things considered, he's pitched very well. Yeah. Same thing for Dakota Hudson. My question is to Cardinals fans, though, and listeners, we'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Leave us a mic drop via the 101 ESPN app, and we're going to weave in your thoughts throughout the course of the show today. But it got me thinking, Jamie, watching Zach Thompson pitch yesterday and considering Dakota Hudson and how good he has looked of late, are you guys concerned at all that these guys pitching well will alter the game plan for the front office? Because the front office, John Mozeliak has talked about, we're looking for 3 starters this offseason. He didn't specify which 3 starters, of course.
And he did the old the look over here last year by saying we needed to get a couple of starters, but he counted Adam Wainwright as one of those guys. Right.
So we don't know if he's moving the cups around, right? It's the sleight of hand trick. But
you ever played those games, by the way? I remember playing that Follow the Queen in New York City. They set up with their little table, and there's like, they're good.
How'd you do?
Not great.
Yeah.
No. You think you've got it, but
you don't.
I didn't accuse the guy of cheating, even though I knew he was cheating. I know he was palming another card, and he was moving them around, and then he would palm the card. So the Queen was actually never there.
So he's a con artist.
Yeah.
So you're calling Mo a con artist.
That's kind of why. That's kind of where I was.
It's not a bad analogy. So it actually plays in perfectly to my question here. How concerned are you that these guys will alter the game plan? I also am going to throw the reverse factor on here. You could also say, hey, these guys were drafted and developed within this organization. Why is it a bad thing that they're pitching well? Where are you on this? What do you think about it from that perspective?
Here's where I'm at. Truthfully on it is that Mo has to go get 3 starters anyways. He goes, go get 3. That's it. Not from within either. 3 starters that are not currently wearing a Cardinals uniform. And then if Dakota Hudson and Zach Thompson compete next year at spring training, that is a good problem to have. You can relegate someone to the bullpen. Hey, maybe it's an innings eater, that mid-relief guy coming in for 2-3 innings in the middle of the game. Someone has a rough outing, go to 4 innings with Dakota Hudson, stays, somewhat stretched out, get him back into the bullpen after his innings, get him out, see how many pitches he can get to, keep him going like a starter, but use him in the bullpen. Or Zach Thompson, either way. But what a luxury it would be to go get 3 starters, have Michaelis and Matt's. Matt's still got a question mark surrounding him because of the way he hasn't been able to stay healthy. Then you add Thompson and Hudson. And then what about McGreevy, Graceffo, Liberatore? You have 10 legitimate options to whittle it down to 5. I like that better than having 5 and you have 4.
Or 2.
Like this year where you thought you had 6, but you had 4.
Right. And they all took turns. Yeah, they all took turns not also pitching well.
I stay the course. If I'm John Mozeliak, I stay the course. Truthfully, though, go and get 3 starters that, again, are not wearing Cardinals uniforms right now. And then if your young guys step up and grab the moment, that is the gravy right there. You got a cost-controlled pitcher now who's pushed his way into the rotation? This is what it's supposed to be like.
Okay, so I completely agree with that.
Okay, here we go.
You also need a bullpen. You need to revamp the bullpen. So if some of these guys, like you said, wind up being kind of the runoff, we'll call it, in spring training, where Mo is aggressive in free agency or with trades. He brings in 3 outside pitchers, goes into spring training. All he's got, not everybody's going to pitch well, not everybody's going to be healthy, but you have some runoff, let's call it. And Dakota Hudson winds up going to your bullpen next year, or Zach Thompson's your bullpen. Okay, great. Jamie, we're in lockstep. I agree. Also not what I asked you, though.
What? What'd you ask me?
How concerned are you that Mo will look at the way these guys are pitching and alter his game plan in the offseason? Because I agree what I would like to see. I agree with you on what we'd like to see him do. So that's Jamie Rivers and Anthony Stalter talking. But are you concerned as a fan that he'll say, well, Dakota Hudson, he pitched pretty well last year. He's going to be our 3. And
here's where I think it goes sideways for the Cardinals this offseason, is that they go and they make a big push for a number 1 or an ace or whatever. And then when the price tag comes back to them, they go, oh, bleep. We're going to have to pony up. We need a guy like this, but this is way more than we want to spend. So remember that third starter we talked about? Internally, we've got competition. We're not going to get another guy for 8, 9, 10 million or whatever the heck it's going to cost me. I've got cost-controlled youngsters that are going to compete like hell for this spot. That's where I feel like it's going to go, to where the price tag will get too hefty. Even after one pitcher, the next 2 that he's talking about might come from the internal competition.
That's where I'm at.
I could totally see that happening, where they look at the price tag for that number 1, and maybe they do get that number 1. The more I think about it, I wouldn't hate if they just went out and not get reclamation projects, but get guys on short-term deals, enough time to allow your internal guys to then become, or at least what you hope they become, in your starting rotation. You buy enough time for Tink Hence to get a part of this rotation, because when I look at this roster is not winning a World Series next year. They're just not. I don't care what pitching they have. They're not. They do not stack up against the Braves, the Astros, any of these teams.
Not yet.
Could they compete for a Central Division title with some better pitching? Absolutely. And then, of course, but that's what we're used to, right? We've been used to that for the last 10 years, right? Yeah. So I would rather them go out, get that number 1 guy, spend a little bit of money, and then maybe get lower it'd be lower cost, and it would be lower on the term too. That way you're not stuck with these contracts. That's been the problem for Mo in pitching, is that he ends up signing these guys for longer than he probably should.
Yeah, I think that applies to a lot of these guys. But Marsh, going back to what you said about free agency, if he comes up empty on an ace, which, look, to Jamie's point, he better be in on Nola, he better be in on Urias, he better be in on Snell, he better be in on whoever. But if he comes up empty, because these guys go different routes, I don't mind the 1 or 2 year contracts.
I don't either. I don't want him to overpay for a guy that won't be that good just because he feels like he has to, because we have to win next year.
Right.
We have to get back. No, we don't.
You don't have to sign everybody for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, don't screw yourself for an extra 5 years because you feel like you have to compete next season, because, we got 1 more year of Goldschmidt left. Arenado's getting mad.
Yeah. You can also, jeez, I like the passion, but you can sign guys for 1 or 2 years.
The problem is that there's competition for that player, and other teams come in offering a 3 or 4 year deal.
Sure, you're gonna price yourself out of certain markets. So Sonny Gray is probably not going to take a 2 year deal. Kenta Maeda is probably not going to take a 2 year deal. Lucas Giolito will not take a 2 year deal. But you look at some of these guys, a little bit older, maybe coming off an injured season. But
boy, Anthony, I'm tired of the misfit toys.
I'm with you. But if you can't get what you're looking, if you can't get what you need, which is an ace, then what is the pivot? And I wouldn't be salty about a pivot to 2-year contracts, 1-year contracts.
I'd be fine with it.
You
but
catch
the player would
lightning
have
in
to
a
be
bottle.
right. Like it can't be the low hanging fruit, and we think we're getting crazy.
If it's Rich Hill, I think we flip chairs.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that's the type of player that it's going to be.
Then we storm the castle.
Like if it's someone who's coming off an injury or someone who had a down year but they've had really good success or they have high-end stuff in the past, you want to throw them a 1-year deal. Like I'm way more intrigued by that.
Especially if you can land one of those aces. Like if you land one of those aces.
What do you think the odds are? Honestly, guys, right here, just the three of us, okay? Do we really think the Cardinals will... Wait. Do we think they'll actually, truly be all in on one of these guys?
No.
Or will they say they tried and fell short?
I think they'll say it. I get the impression. How I view the Cardinals sometimes.
The Ohtani injury really changed the way that we wanted to go about this free agency. There's a lot of different teams that were in on.
We tried,
some of the
they just had
pitchers.
other ideas.
I picture the Cardinals sometimes, the front office, like the DeWitts, Mo, Gersh, and one of the DeWitts goes, well, just tell them Cardinals are interested. Just tell them the Cardinals, call them. He'll take less.
Mo's got that little cup with a string. He's got guys across the country.
It's the Cardinals calling. It's Cardinals. What do you think? No, you're nowhere in the market of what the Yankees and the Red Sox and everybody else is offering. Yeah, but it's Cardinals. Like I picture those guys, and maybe I'm way off and I'm being a jerk about this, but I just get the sense that they're still kind of stuck in like the early 2000s or the mid 2000s of we're the Cardinals. Get Noel on the phone, tell him the Cardinals are calling him. And 4 years, 50 mil. Like something ridiculous.
He would be,
and then afterwards,
would be like per season.
Yeah,
no.
And then afterwards, saying to the fan base, "Hey, we did this close getting Nola," when they actually weren't. That's how I picture things sometimes.
Well, we almost got David Price, which actually, thank God, that didn't work out. By the way, we're getting, at least me, from 314, did Mo take over Marshy? He's spouting the same BS. Next tier, lower AAV, fewer years. WTF, my guy. Here's the thing. I understand where you're coming from. I understand. But I would rather them spend 2 years on a guy like Nathan Uvalde, right, who's actually been pitching pretty decently this year, compared to spending 5 years on a guy, or 4 years on a guy like
Mike Leake.
Like Mike Leake. There we go. I was going to say maybe a current pitcher on the team right now, but I decided
can't live in the past, guys.
To not. But I would rather do that.
You realize that guys can still pitch well on 1 and 2 year contracts,
100%.
right? Like I think that's
And if
it was 6 years minimum.
No, guys, let me dispel something here. You can actually still pitch well on a 1 or 2 year contract.
And if they prove to you that they're consistent, then you maybe re-sign them. Or if you see,
or you don't.
And then Tank Hintz is ready.
Look at what the Giants did with Rodon. He was coming off an injury. They signed him to a 2-year deal, but the second year was a player option, and he was an all-star that year. He was great for them, and he opted out. And the Yankees came a-calling, they parked a Brinks truck right on his lawn, and now look at it. Get 1 year or 2 years out of a guy and move on. Like, you don't need to keep bringing these guys back because they were good. You can let them walk. Imagine some of these other players if the Cardinals just let them walk. Yeah, you know what? We're just going to, hey, that's it. That's it for us. Thank you. Thank you for your 1 year, 2 years. You were a good Cardinal those 2 years. You don't want me back? Market's a little steep for us. We wish you the best of luck. Let somebody else pay him. Yeah.
I like where your head's at today, Anthony.
Thank you.
You must have got a good sleep or something.
I got a good sleep. I got a good workout in at the MAC.
Yep.
Did chest today.
Yeah, the chesticles today?
Did the chest today.
Oh, boy.
There you go. Shohei Ohtani probably didn't get a good night's sleep last night, though. That's one person that probably not sleeping too well right now.
Fine.
I want to throw an idea at Jamie when it comes to Shohei Ohtani and his market.
The answer's yes. We'll sign him here with the Cardinals.
Next on 101 ESPN.
I've been saying for weeks, guys, you need to prepare yourself for this. They're going to go out and get a level 2-3 starter, a Sonny Gray at best, and then rely on these other guys. They're just going to. You got Mats Michaelis, and you'll have a guy like Gray, and then you're going to have Hudson, Liberatore, Thompson, these types of guys in the back of the rotation. They're just not going to spend the money. They're just not.
That's our guy Randy leaving us a mic drop via the 101 ESPN app. We asked whether or not you are concerned about the Cardinals front office changing their approach based on how guys like Dakota Hudson and Zach Thompson are pitching. And there's two ways to look at it. You can say, yeah, that is concerning because they're not going to be aggressive, and they're never aggressive in free agency, and we'll just wind up back in the same boat heading into next season or next spring training, and that is discouraging. The other way to look at it is say, well, if those guys that grew up in this organization are pitching well, why is that a bad thing? So I was interested in
it's bad
everybody's
if they're not
thoughts.
Ready.
They're bad if they're not ready, and it's also bad if Zach Thompson, and we don't know one way or another, but if Zach Thompson kind of tops out as like a fifth starter or a fourth starter when you need top end guys.
Here's what I'm going to ask you: who right now in the Cardinals organization, youngsters, prospects, / current young roster players, pitchers rather, who profiles to be a number one or a number two?
The only guy I feel good about like wagering on would be Tink Hence.
So you got a lot of guys, so a lot of arms.
Mm-hmm.
And you got one guy.
Right. I mean, and I'm probably wrong on that. Maybe it's somebody else, but
some of those new arms we're not sure of. We don't know them well enough yet. And the Cardinals, quite honestly, probably don't know them well enough yet.
Right. I mean, others have made this point. We've talked about it. At one point, the Cardinals could have had, Jack Flaherty and Alex Reyes at the top of their rotation. Everybody got excited about that, including myself. And look what happened. So, to Randy's point, I think there should be some concern about the approach for the Cardinals because it's sleight of hand, like we were talking about. It's a look over here with Cardinals seemingly every free agency. Well, one guy that we could just cross him off then. Not that we probably had him on the list for the Cardinals in free agency, but one guy with just an absolutely devastating hit to his market is Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani will be shut down for the rest of the season. He suffered a tear in the ulnar collateral ligament on his right elbow in game 1 of a doubleheader yesterday for the Angels. He might need another Tommy John surgery. Now, his market will be fine from a hitting perspective, but what's the thing that we've talked about with Ohtani? He's the unicorn.
Yeah.
We haven't seen this since Babe Ruth, and this guy's even better.
So what's his problem? What are they disclosing?
He might not pitch next year. So
what?
Yes. If he needs Tommy John, it's the elbow. It's a creaky elbow. Is that what that was? If he needs Tommy,
sound like Marshy pooping his pants over there.
He might. I mean,
that's up for you.
It's up for interpretation.
It's a high-pitched squeaker over there.
I mean, it would smell like what in here if that was the case.
And it has.
It has before. It doesn't right now, so I think it's safe to assume it was the squeaky elbow.
Yeah. If he needs Tommy John, he's not pitching next year. Now, he can play.
He can pitch.
He can hit.
He can still be your number 5 in your rotation.
At some point, maybe at the end of the year. But he could. This could potentially cost him a truckload of money. My question to you, though, is if you're Shohei, did you sign a 1-year deal?
Yes.
That's what I was thinking. Sign a 1-year deal.
It depends how much money he wants, okay, and needs and all this stuff, because every individual's different. If you're Shohei Ohtani and you're looking at $500, $600 million, who knows what the hell the price tag would be for this guy? I believe it's somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
Between $500 and $600 million. That money will still be there a year from now.
Agreed.
But if you're Shohei Ohtani and you're like, listen, I don't really need $500 million. I'm fine with $250.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he signs, or $300 million. Maybe he signs the long-term deal and just takes less money. Doesn't care.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm sure the union would come knocking at his door going, hey, whoa there, Miss Lippy.
Right.
Let's slow down a little bit. You know what I mean?
You need to reset this bar for everybody.
But if I'm Shohei Ohtani, I'm on his agent, what I would do is go, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go get Tommy John right now.
Mm-hmm.
Go. We get it done. And Anthony, I don't think I'm crazy in assuming that there would be a team out there that would still give him $500 million and eat the first year of the contract, just to have him for the next 6 years or 7 years, whatever it is.
And you're going to get him as a hitter, so it's not like you're losing a ton of value on it. Yeah, it's a good call.
I don't know. I honestly don't know how much it's going to affect his market.
Right.
Because if I'm a team with deep pockets like this, so let's just walk with me. Okay.
I'm walking.
Remember, we interlocked the fingers.
Yes, of course.
Way better than the other. It was kind of awkward.
Mm-hmm.
The New York Mets. When did they say they were targeting being back in the conversation?
2 years from now. Yeah, good call.
So why would Steve Cohen, who's got the deep pockets to the floor, not go, okay, we're not projecting to be a number one team next year. We said we'd take a year to step back and have a look and evaluate the landscape. Great, we're going to evaluate the landscape with Shohei Ohtani on the mend.
Right.
And then when we figure it out and we go get some other players during the course of time, that period of time, now we add Shohei Ohtani, we're right there now.
Yeah.
So that's why Steve Cohen, to me, is the wild card that's not going to care
That's
about
a great call.
off.
It's a great call. And if you're Ohtani's agent, too, you can also say, hey, we want an opt-out after year 2. We won't do year 1, but opt out after year 2.
Yeah, but I wouldn't give him that. I'd tell him to go chase himself. I say right now,
with
the risk is on the club.
But
The risk is on the club. Now, I'll give you an opt-out after year 4,
But
year
if you're
5.
if you're Ohtani, you might want to based on what sort of contract you get.
Well, I understand Ohtani might want it, but if I'm Steve Cohen and I'm committing
Oh, you're saying from the team's perspective.
from a team's perspective, if I'm committing to an injured player, go chase yourself for the opt-out in the first couple of years. No, not going to happen. You want an opt-out 4 years into the contract? Fine. I ain't doing that crap until I know you're healthy and you can pitch for this team and play both positions for this team because I'm paying you. I'm paying 2 players here, and I'm only getting half of the product for at least the first year.
Yeah.
I would like to think that he would sign with a team that has a track record of winning because that's what he cares about. He cares about winning.
Did you not see the Mets way back when? Keith Hernandez, Darryl Strawberry,
Doc Gooden.
Doc Gooden.
Well, I wasn't born during
you missed
during
out,
that
man.
era.
It was a hell of a team.
on. Hey, by the way,
They don't win a World Series if that ball doesn't go right through Bill Buckner's legs.
very true.
There was more made of it than that. There were a lot of other things, just like the guy in Chicago there, Bartman. There are a lot of other things that happened following that.
Gonzalez
for
booted
sure.
the ball two plays later at shortstop for the Cubs. Nobody remembers that, though.
I like to think they lost because of Steve Bartman.
I know you do, buddy. Speaking of World Series MVP Steven Strasburg to retire.
Yeah. And he's going to make something stupid as far as money, like $35 million for the next 2 years and $26 million for the 4 years after that.
Strasburg has pitched just 31 1/3 innings in 3 seasons since signing a 7-year, $245 million deal after winning the World Series MVP in 2019.
I'm not going to lie. I completely forgot that he was in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
I completely forgot about him.
I just thought he was injured.
And why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Because he's been injured most of his career. It's Fastlane on 101 at ESPN. I thought there was one other thing that I wanted to throw out there. Oh, yeah, Ohtani. I think the Angels, if he winds up having Tommy John, I think the Angels are on the hook for that.
What do you mean?
I think the Angels have to pay for that surgery.
Oh, yeah, they do.
What about the Angels keeping
You
him?
think they care about that, Anthony?
Well,
Dude, that's a
you
drop
could've-
in the bucket.
You could have traded him.
Oh, I get it, but it's still a drop in the bucket. They got
Sure, but
Anthony, they got this
what
thing
else
called
could go
insurance.
wrong? What else could go wrong is what I'm saying.
I think Mike Trout just got injured again
He did.
yesterday.
He's going back on the IL.
This is
Man.
the good
What a
thing they kept
nightmare.
Ohtani. I will never, ever, ever not rub the salt in the wound for that dumb move.
Yeah,
As
that's great.
Squints once said in The Sandlot, I blame myself.
Yeah, you should. Marshy
did
you're
this.
personally responsible for the Angels just collapse over the
Collapsing.
next 3-4
Yeah,
years.
that's a good call.
Actually, I don't think it was Squints. It might have been that said that. I don't know. It was one of the two.
All right, let's do some NFL 4 downs next on 101 ESPN.
ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cards get a victory yesterday over the Pirates. 6-4 the final score. Zach Thompson, he went 5 innings, gave up 6 hits, 2 earned runs. He walked 1 and struck out 5. The Cards are off today as they head to Philadelphia to take on the Phillies tomorrow as Miles Michaelis is on the mound. Tomorrow's game, first pitch, 6:05. We have NFL 4 downs coming up next. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at londoff.com and londoffautoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Let's do some NFL 4 downs here in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter, Andrew Marsh.
By the way, we were just talking about this in the break. Thanks to the text line, it was Timmy Timmons was the one from the Sandlot to say
T.
that. Yes, Timmy and Tommy Timmons.
T squared.
T-Sizzle.
So,
Yeah, it was after
it was the vacuum one.
Yeah, the vacuum one that. Yeah, and then he was standing there after. Yeah, they're trying to get the ball back and.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's standing there. He's like, I blame myself.
Classic.
Should have.
I like that kid. He took accountability.
He did.
It's about time that somebody did.
No kidding.
First down.
All right, gentlemen. Trey Lance, he is not having a great week for sure. Well, he's been demoted. He's been demoted in San Francisco. We'll leave it at that. That's very fair. What team, if the 49ers are to move away from Trey Lance, what team best suits Trey Lance?
We don't know. Because we don't know what he is.
I would just send him to the Falcons.
He's a quarterback, Anthony.
Send him to the
yeah,
Falcons.
and a human being, among other things.
Honestly, I think the Falcons, they're so unsure at the quarterback position that I'm sure they'd take a flyer on him.
We're not unsure. They got Desmond Ritter.
Like I said, Anthony.
The only signal
they're not
caller.
unsure. We are.
Okay. He's got to go to a team that is going to be incredibly patient. This kid has not played a lot of football, not only over the last couple of years, but his entire life. I was talking to Rockio, who produces the opening drive for us, and he mentioned a statistic that Randy Carricker had mentioned on their show, that Trey Lance has as many attempts in high school, college, and the pros as Geno Smith had attempts a year ago for the Seahawks. The kid hasn't played a lot of football.
Well, he played 19 games in college.
Right.
They must have been really friggin' good, though. Okay, Anthony, here's where I think the system's very flawed. And I don't mean to cut you off if you had a thought, but you know me and my head trauma. I'll forget this in 2 seconds from now.
You got to get it out.
I got to get it out, yeah. What the hell is wrong with the scouting system in the NFL to where a guy plays 19 college games and he gets drafted in the top 5 and he's not good or he's not ready or he's not able? The San Francisco 49ers, they damn near sent the punter in to take snaps at the end of last year in the playoffs because their team's so good it didn't matter. Now Trey Lance can't even back up. That means something. There's a red flag from hell around this guy somehow.
You're right. The 49ers have told us everything that we need to know about Trey Lance from their perspective, and I'll get into that in a second here. But remember, Trey Lance was starting for them a year ago. And they made the decision, hey, we got to get Jimmy Garoppolo back in the fold
They
here.
didn't just make that decision. He was terrible.
So they're like, hey, let's
he
bring him
made
back.
that decision for them.
Yes, and I think he got hurt at one point, too, unless that was his rookie year. Either way.
He was hurt again last year.
So
much so that's why Brock Purdy didn't have a backup in the last game.
Right. Yeah, they were
I think he got injured week 1
They
or week 2.
sent him out there
I think it was week 2.
with one arm for 3/4 of football.
Right. But the 49ers made a decision. I think it was maybe in a preseason game. They were like, we got to call Jimmy. Somebody call Jimmy G and apologize to him and get him back to San Francisco. Somebody do it. Somebody handle. I don't care who it is. Bring him back.
It was Kyle Shanahan.
Probably. But I've said this before. Trey Lance is not a fit for Kyle Shanahan's offense. John Lynch thought that Trey Lance would elevate Kyle Shanahan's offense. But he's the exact opposite of what Kyle Shanahan wants in a quarterback. This is why Sam Darnold won the backup job. Sam Darnold is not a carbon copy, but he's closer to what Brock Purdy does than Trey Lance. You want your backup to be similar to your starter. Why? Starter gets hurt, you have to change the offense around. He's not a fit for Kyle Shanahan's offense. Shanahan knew it right from the get-go, but he got talked into it, taken to him.
Or he got told.
But Jamie, I want to go back. Yeah, we got told. But I want to go back real quick to what you said. It's not just NFL scouting. It's in every sport. Go to baseball. Kick and throw 95. Doesn't know where the hell it's going. Doesn't matter. 95. Hockey, I'm sure there's equivalent there. When it comes to football, teams are desperate for quarterbacks. Any quarterback. Be our savior, please. God, somebody, right? Big kid, strong arm, athletic. There's a reason why multiple teams are interested in Trey Lance, despite not playing a lot of football, not just the 49ers.
No, I know. But that's where I just something's flawed there.
Yeah.
And something's flawed too overall because Trey Lance is not the first guy to have this happen to. How many guys have popped into the NFL as top 5 picks and then they just can never hack it? And you're like, why?
Yeah, bad teams, bad coaching, bad fit, or
bad player.
Or kid can't play.
Like bad professional player.
Yeah. Marsh, you had asked who could be a fit. Again, it's got to be a team that's not going anywhere anytime soon. Washington would be, unless Sam Howell completely tears it up this year.
I didn't say best NFL team.
No, right. You just said best fit.
Are you wanting a Kaká?
I mean, we already have a quarterback. We don't need him.
But you never know how long A.J. McCarron's going to play.
He could be a Seattle Sea Dragon.
Very true. Washington, Tampa would be a good fit for Trey Lance. Teams that aren't expected, L.A., the Rams, if...
The NFC South.
Yes.
No.
Well, the Panthers have their quarterback.
Panthers got their quarterback.
The Falcons apparently think they have theirs. The Saints have theirs. The Buccaneers,
the Buccaneers have a good quarterback.
Buccaneers would be perfect.
But if I was the Arizona Cardinals, I think I'd kick the tires on Trey Lance right now.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Yep.
Second down.
All right, guys, Caleb Williams the other day, and this is via ESPN, suggested that he has not yet made the decision to leave Los Angeles after this season. He said that's for sure now going to be the in-the-moment decision at the end of the year. Would it be dumb for Caleb Williams to stay another year at USC?
Yes. It would be.
I don't think so.
Anthony. He's got an opportunity to get seriously paid off in the NFL. I know he's making NIL money, but he's got an opportunity to go. He'll be a first pick overall, probably.
Correct.
The money that he's guaranteed from that alone is life-changing.
Yeah. He
risk it for one more year of college, or some guy from wherever is never going to play a down in the NFL ever and rolls up on his ankle or something.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, you're right. I was thinking more for the NIL money and stuff like that. I don't know.
No, you really are.
Yeah.
Well, most of the time I don't think so, but today I feel like you are.
Today I feel like I'm on my game.
Especially when it's football.
Yeah. Good call. Kids got to go to the NFL.
Thank you.
Get paid.
Yes. It's all about
third down.
Somebody said that at one point.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody great, I'm sure.
That was Andrew Brandt.
Probably.
Clearly.
Not good news for the Denver Broncos. Jerry Jeudy suffered an injury today. Will the Broncos have enough weapons for Russ to cook?
Boy, Judge Judy has had a run, too. I mean, she has been going strong for I don't even know how many years. I go back all the way, and it's been a long run.
Yeah, this is...
my favorite Judge Judy thing is when she says, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining.
Sure.
So this, whatever injury she's got going on right now, that's a tough one.
Yeah, no, this is Jerry Jeudy, who plays wide receiver for the Broncos. Yeah, not Judge Judy. I can see why thought otherwise.
Well, this just got awkward.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Well, I wish Judge Judy nothing but the best as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has had a hell of a run.
Do the Broncos have... Without Judge Judy, do the Broncos have enough? Is that what the question is?
Yeah, because I believe Tim Patrick also injured in the offseason or in camp.
I like Dulwich, the tight end. When it comes to their wide receivers, they've got kind of the downfield guy in Cortland Sutton. They drafted Marvin Mims in the second round, so if Mims can step up, you're okay with that. the running backs with Javonte Williams coming back healthy and Samaje P. Ryan, I think they're going to be okay. It's really about Russ not cooking. It's about him not turning the damn ball over. When you look at those Seahawks teams, it was him running around backyard football style, improvising, making things happen, and not turning the ball over. When he wanted to be a drop-back quarterback because he thought, I'm going to put up a whole bunch of yards and I'm going to win an MVP, it was turnover city. For about 6 weeks, he was cooking. MVP, this is it. Man, this is his season. And then as soon as teams started to figure out some of his weaknesses, sacks, turnovers, lost games, and Pete Carroll's like, I'm done with you.
And he had a finger issue.
Yeah, he did. That 1 year he did. That was a problem.
Which finger?
I don't know.
I actually think it was his thumb.
Was it his thumb?
I don't know. To hell with it.
I'm curious.
Fourth down.
You always are.
All right, last one here, gentlemen. Which quarterback is most likely to lose his starting job first?
Oh, wow.
In the league.
In the league. I have an
Never.
answer. I think it's pretty obvious.
If it's that obvious.
Are you thinking Shaky Bakey?
Yes.
Okay.
But the problem with Shaky Bakey's situation is they have absolutely nothing behind him.
No.
So he might get an extended view just because they can't turn the ball over to Kyle Trask and whoever else they have there.
Jamie brings up a good point on that one. I could see it. I could also see. I had another one.
What about Anthony Richardson?
I was thinking about that too.
I think they're going to take their time with him. I think if you're going to commit to him this early, I think they're willing to just kind of roll with the punches. No, the other one I was thinking of was, I just had it. I think it was in the AFC. Ryan Tannehill.
Is he even starting?
I think he will be.
I didn't think he was going to be healthy. Am I wrong?
He's still number one on their depth chart.
I've been having a back and forth with a texter on our text line about Ryan Tannehill and the Tennessee Titans. I don't think that they're going to be a great team this year because I don't trust their quarterback situation. Can you back me up on that, Anthony?
Yeah, of course. I don't think the Titans are a very good team overall. What is he? Is he excited because of DeAndre Hopkins?
There wasn't a specific reason.
Is it Brooke?
No, it's not Brooke.
Okay. I love Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel is an outstanding coach. So I think he gets more out of his talent. And he hasn't had an ultra-talented team over the years. I think he gets more out of his talent than any coach not named Mike Tomlin. I think he does a great job. Or Belichick, certainly. I think they're an okay team. I think they got too many issues defensively. Ryan Tannehill's fine. He is. He's fine. I mean, when he stepped in, he saved their season the 1 year. Derrick Henry gets all the credit because Derrick Henry is their star. But Ryan Tannehill played very well. I don't think the addition of DeAndre Hopkins, I think some Titans fans are like, well, this is it. Here we go. We're going to win the AFC South again. The Jaguars are still a team to beat in that division.
Yeah,
I think the Colts are going to be bad. I think the Texans are going to be improved, but bad. So I can understand why Titans fans are like, you never know. But I'm not a big fan of their O-line either.
I said that Ryan Tannehill was the AFC version of Kirk Cousins, and that's what sparked this conversation between me and the texter.
So one of the greatest of all time.
Well,
I won a Bart Star Award.
Yeah, well, I don't know if Ryan Tannehill has won a Bart Star Award, but
I don't think he has.
Ryan Tannehill had decent numbers, but at the end of the day, I mean,
he's fine.
He's fine. I just don't think they're going to be that great this year.
He's fine. All right, what would you deem to be a successful offseason for the Cardinals? We'll get to that next on 101 ESPN.
I think you guys are assuming that we're watching these games intently. Fortunately for us, it's not a requirement of our jobs to suffer. Having said that, I think in the past they would have tried to cheapskate it, but after getting a swift kick in the nads, this year they're going to have to do something, otherwise people aren't going to show up.
That was Kevin leaving us a mic drop. You know, it is something, and we asked the question today. Are you concerned at all as a Cardinals fan that with some of these guys pitching well, including Dakota Hudson and Zach Thompson, that the front office will alter their game plan and say, you know what, we're fine. We'll just add 1 or 2 starters. We don't have to spend a bunch of money. We'll be good, and we'll roll with some of the internal options. You're concerned about that. But Kevin brings up a good point. Nobody's watching right now, and nobody's going to the ballpark. The message has been sent, and it'll continue to be sent to the front office when it comes to those empty red seats at Busch Stadium. That'll be that. If I'm DeWitt, I don't ever want to see that again. I'm looking out, and I'm seeing all the sea of red seats in August and September. Inexcusable. Cannot have this happen. You have a diehard fan base here that will show up, usually rain or shine. But when it comes to a losing team, you put a losing product on the field, a bad product, a sloppy product, and this fan base goes, no, thank you. So Kevin brings up a good point. They're going to have to do something. The DeWitt's going to have to do something. They're going to have to open up the playbook or the checkbook a little bit here to get it going.
They're not going to do it.
You son of a...
I'm not being a jerk.
Sounds like it.
No, I'm not, Anthony. I don't know. This has been the most difficult thing for me to wrap my brain around is, will they or won't they open up the checkbook? And it's a legitimate question because the DeWitt family has never been in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
As an ownership group of the Cardinals, they have never been in this situation. When did they buy the Cardinals?
Oh, boy, I don't know.
When did they buy the Cardinals? Just text line, I don't know. Somebody, Bueller, anyone. I don't think they owned the team before 98, did they?
Before 98?
Looks like 1995.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
They
so
purchased it for $150 million.
well, then we know that it's crazy what it's worth now.
1995.
So in 1998, I believe the Cardinals had a poor season. I believe that to be true. I think BK was talking about that. And I'll believe BK. If he said it, it's true.
He's done the work.
100%. And so the DeWitt family then has been through something kind of sort of like this once in their early tenure as owners. But since then, they have never been through this. So I don't know how they'll react. I don't know if they're going to open up the wallet, if they're going to make trades. How are they going to get to where they need to be when you're not accustomed to doing it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where bad deals happen. That's where mishaps take place, is when you have a group of people that aren't used to being in this situation and they go in a direction that they think is the right direction and they make the wrong choice.
Yeah.
I don't know. I flip-flop back and forth wondering to myself, what are they really going to do? Can John Mozeliak drive this bus? Can he take this bus from in the gutter back onto the highway for Cardinals fans? I don't know. They're not usually the team that just keeps bidding up money to get what they want. So getting an ace or a number one is going to be maybe not even happening. Then what? Then the panic. Then the pivot. What's the pivot? Now the price has gone way up for a starter. Well, we were prepared to pay $20 million. Well, it's $28 million now.
Mm-hmm.
What do they do? How do they react? This is what tears me apart.
Do you think if the ownership group in the front office was maybe a little bit more forthcoming when it comes to how they construct this team, if they came out and just said, hey, listen, we're probably not going to spend big this offseason. We're going to let our young players develop, and maybe for a few seasons, maybe 1 or 2, we're not as competitive as we usually are, do you think fans would say, crap, like we're still not going to games? Or do you think they'd want to go to the games to see the younger players? If they were being honest about the whole situation, because Doug Armstrong came out very honest about their direction, I feel like a lot of people still want to go see the Blues this year, even if they're not as competitive as they once were.
This goes back to the communication thing we talked about quite a bit earlier in the year, that the Cardinals really never gave a plan to the fans. What's your plan? I don't know. We're playing inconsistent baseball. We don't really know what the heck's going on.
Right.
We don't want this to continue.
We have your chance to win a pair of lawn tickets to see Shinedown with special guest Papa Roach next Sunday night, September 3rd at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. Text in to score free tickets to Shinedown now at 314-399-9646. We just had a conversation about quarterbacks, and Marsh compared one quarterback in the AFC to Kirk Cousins. He said that he is the Kirk Cousins of the AFC. Which quarterback was Marsh talking about? If you have the correct answer and you're the 101st texter to 314-399-9646, you have a chance to win those lawn tickets to see Shinedown with Papa Roach next Sunday. You can also find a bonus chance at winning free tickets for the show right now on the 101 mobile app. Get all the details at 101ESPN.com.
Just a side note here, the text line does a great job of always informing us of things. In 98, they didn't make the playoffs. I'm trying to find now where it balanced, but basically they had 83 wins. But it was the Mark McGwire year. It was the home run year.
Right.
So nobody cared.
Yeah, good call.
The place was packed every night anyways. So the DeWitts have never been in this situation.
Good call.
So
all right.
Text line, good work on that.
We got Chris Kerber next on 101 ESPN. It's 3:05. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler, with Jamie Rivers and Andrew Marsh. I'm Anthony Stalter. Let's head to our celebrity line. We're joined by Chris Kerber, voice of the Blues, fresh off his trip to London. What's up, Kerbs?
Fellas, I'm doing great. I'm actually standing here in St. Louis Home Fires with my buddy Frank Schmer. You know, he's a great sponsor at 101, and he's working up a plan and a promotion for everybody to maybe spruce up your fireplace with gas logs, a great gift for your wife. So we're planning that and having a good time talking barbecue and fire pits.
All right, good man. Hey, anytime you could talk barbecue.
Real quick. Yeah, real quick. I'm going to share a real quick story for you, if you will. All right?
Sure.
So we when I moved into our house, we had a gas fireplace that was originally in there from when it was built. Turns out it was Frank's company here, St. Louis Home Fires, that had put it in. I wanted wood burning, so I switched it after like the first year to wood burning, right? And then the fireplace got old. Last year, it came in, said, man, we got to kind of fix this up. And I was looking at redoing the whole thing. And Frank looked right at me, and he goes, why don't you go back to gas burning? I go, because I like the sound of the wood. He goes, yeah, I get that. He goes, but it's winter. How many times is your wife going to go out there and build a fire? You know, come in the winter, build a fire. I go, probably none. He goes, trust me on this. I said, okay. So we kept it gas burning. We put a new front on it, did all that stuff, put the new gas burning logs that they've got, which is amazing in there, right? I'm going to tell you something. Since we did that last winter, there's been more fires in my fireplace since last winter than it was in the 15 years we've lived in the house.
Nice.
Just from that simple thing. So we were talking with Frank, and it's going to be a great promotion for 101 listeners. I think it's going to be awesome. It's a fun story to share because he's absolutely right. I don't know about your guys' wives, but mine wasn't likely to go out in the middle of winter and get a couple logs to keep a fire going.
No, I agree, Kerbs. The house I live in currently has a gas fireplace, and I've always been a wood-burning guy. You know, I'm a guy from Canada. We build our fires. No, not now.
That's right.
With our bare hands.
I flip that little switch, and that bad boy comes on, and I love it to death.
That's awesome.
Hey, listen, on the other front, the London front, if you guys ever get a chance to go over, just as sports fans, even if you're not soccer fans, but to experience what Premier League soccer is like in some of the different stadiums in London, like it is truly an experience. I think much like I believe a sports fan in the United States needs to go to Talladega or Daytona and experience that part of Americana. Premier League soccer is absolutely an experience to go see.
So I've been told that, I've heard that, I've read that. What is different from your viewpoint, Kerbs, when it comes to, you know, Premier League soccer versus, and we love our city team. What's the difference, though, from your viewpoint now that you've seen it live?
Well, it's just, first off, that sport is ingrained in their culture like baseball is here. You know, I've become a huge fan of Fulham, and we went and saw Fulham play Brentford at Craven Cottage. That's London's oldest club. They go back to the 1880s, 1890s, right? I mean, so it's entrenched in the culture. But the other thing, too, you realize is, like, so when you see, like, Chelsea play West Ham, that's not like St. Louis playing Chicago. I mean, it is from a rivalry standpoint, okay, but they're literally separated by 3 or 4 miles. It would be like having a team in Chesterfield playing a team in Clayton in a big stadium, right? I mean, that's how entrenched they're neighborhood clubs that have just become big part of the soccer thing. So the rivalry, the hatreds, it is literally can be divided by a line down the street sometimes, and I think that gets brought to the games, and then also the fact that, as you know, the way the English sports and the European sports have relegation, which still blows my mind. I mean, could you imagine the Chicago Blackhawks not in the National Hockey League this year? They'd have to go to the American Hockey League because they were one of the bottom 3 teams last year. That's what happens. So when a team comes up, it's a challenge for them to stay, and it just creates a whole nother level of anxiety. So that, and again, like I said, just the fact that it's so entrenched in their cultures that you've got 46, 48 matches in a season, 20-something at home, every one of them becomes an event. I mean, look, we saw Chelsea play West Ham, and now that at Olympic Stadium, that was insane, and West Ham beat Chelsea. This was game 2. This was their home opener. And when the fans were walking out, you'd have thought they just won the first round of the playoff. Like, it was crazy.
Curbs, what do you think? What do you think the difference is, or why is there such a difference in the fandom when you go over to Europe or those areas there? Because I played here, obviously, in the NHL, and then played over in Europe, and the European fans are almost all like the soccer fans. They're chanting and dancing and singing and pounding on the drum the whole entire game, whether they're 10 years old or 65, 70 years old in the crowd. Everybody's involved. But yet, you come across the pond here in the United States, and it's a little more reserved. Why do you think there's that difference?
Yeah, it's a great question, and especially since everything that we do here in the United States at a game now seems to be around hyping the fans up at every moment of every game, right? And that wasn't the case. I mean, they don't even have replays and some of these don't have video boards that are. I mean, so some people here might have TVs in their living rooms bigger than the video boards in some of these soccer stadiums. I don't know the answer to that one. But here's the flip side. The other thing, like you go to a Cardinal game, a Blues game, a City game, or around these leagues, everybody is showing up in the gear, right? That wasn't the case over there. Like they sell jerseys and people had scarves, but there was a lot less gear wearing that was around there. But I think the only explanation I could really come up with is it's just got to be the cultural experience of that sport, because it just maybe I don't know. I don't know. It is a big difference, and you're right. It's just got to be a cultural thing because, well, shoot, even you go down to some of the games that, like, if you go into South America, you've got the same kind of chanting thing and stuff. But you're right, it's different. I wish I had a better answer than a rambling one.
Curbs, we had JR on yesterday, and we were talking to him about, whether or not the Blues or when the Blues are going to name a captain. And JR noted, well, we're just going to have to see on that because Army indicated that he was going to kind of talk to some veterans and see if there's even a need for a captain in today's NHL. What are your thoughts on that?
If I was going to be on the opposite end of a spectrum with Army on any topic, it would be that one. I didn't like, I think you need a captain. Now, I've also learned over the years to believe that the only time the captain, I shouldn't say the only time it matters, the only time it's got the biggest, how do I say this? The captain's only a problem is if it's the wrong guy, right? And you can make it the wrong guy, okay? But I think every single team needs a captain, and I actually believe it's even more important to have the captain when you're dealing with young players and bringing young kids along, because I believe that young players, when they come to the rink or the field, they need to know their role. They need to know their routine. They've got to have somebody that pulls them in check and say, no, get out of there. Mike Dillinger walking through the exercise room after a game, looking at a bunch of young players on a bike saying, if you guys got that much energy out there, you didn't give enough for us on the ice during the 60 minutes as he cracked open a Bud Light in front of him, right? I just believe that is so important for the young players to learn it the right way. And so for me, a clear-cut choice is Braden Shen, right? Or I'm looking at a Justin Falcatori Kruger, a Colton Parayko. I believe it's a critically important part of this. And I don't care if it's a captain for a year or two, because maybe you're thinking 2 years down the road, you pass it off to Robert Thomas or whomever. Who knows? But I absolutely am picking a captain for this year if it were up to me.
Yeah, Curbs, I echoed almost everything you said yesterday when we talked about it, and I agree with you. It's imperative that a team that's, we'll call it retooling with some younger players, it's imperative you have that one figure on the team that is the leader. Braden Shen, for me, is a clear-cut choice beyond all of them. I'm watching him at these summer skates and the way he's organizing things and the standard that he's setting out there. I understand he doesn't need the letter on his chest, but for me, he's earned that letter on his chest. And if it's a year or 2 years, it doesn't matter. I don't know when it became attached to a contract, because back in the day, like when I first came in the NHL, the captain was your captain. If he was there for a year and he got traded, so be it. If he was there for 2 years because his contract ran out, so be it. While he was there, though, he was clearly the captain. And I don't know why that changed over the course of time.
Well, and then the flip side is when it comes to the veteran guys, like when I first got here, Jamie Pronger was the captain. But make no mistake that it was Al McInnes's room in many ways, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's not knocking Pronger. Okay, listen, Alex Pietrangelo was the captain of the St. Louis Blues. Make no mistake of the importance and impact of Alexander Steen, right?
Yep.
It's that kind of thing there for me when it comes to this topic. So that's why the leadership committee is important. Look, a couple of years, actually, the Cup year, Doug Armstrong in November went in and they had meetings in Vancouver, and he told Alexander Steen and these guys, "Hey guys, look, we're going to bring some other kids into the mixture here, and kind of turn this over." Told Steiner, "I need you to still be you and do your thing, but we got to get some other young kids some voices here." And then that's when they pulled Parayko and started bringing some young guys into that leadership discussion, which is important for their development. I think it's critically important to have that one voice to go and to show the right way. And Braden Shen, I'm with you on Braden Shen, guys. When there's a team function, Braden Shen is there. Braden Shen has shown over his time here that, and there's something to Ryan O'Reilly did this. Steiner was this way. These guys, like, they bought into the history. They bought into the history of the team, and they understand kind of the guy. They understand you alumni, Jamie, and those and what it means and the relationships, and they've helped foster those from one year to the next in others. And to me, Braden Shen has demonstrated that. I'll tell you when Chris Zimmerman's wife passed away, a few months ago, and they had this amazing celebration of life at Stiefel Theater. Two Blues players showed up for that celebration of life, Braden Shen and Robert Thomas.
Yep.
And I don't know that guys, I got to promise you, and I don't know that they even want me saying this, but I'm saying it. It's not that was expected. You're just dealing with a couple of human beings there, for example, that one were in town and able to be there, but two understood the human element of the moment, and that's the qualities I want in a captain.
Kerbs, well said. Well said, and thank you for sharing that with us. Great stuff, Kerbs. Welcome back to the U.S. Glad you had a great trip. We'll talk to you next week. We're getting close to hockey.
Oh, we're getting close. We're on the air in about a month with our preseason opener. How
there you go. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, 1 month from yesterday.
1 month from yesterday. Nice.
Exactly.
Kerbs, thanks, buddy.
Oh, real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to do with you. Jamie, welcome to the group. Congratulations, bud. We haven't had a chance to be on the air and talk about that yet.
Yeah, no, thanks, man. I'm super excited. As you know, we've traveled before together and did a couple of games, and we've always had a good time. So I'm stoked, man. I'm really excited.
Since I've gotten to the Blues and the people we've had to work with, we've had the best traveling crew, and this is just going to keep it going. So looking forward to it. Congratulations, hard work, well deserved, and we'll check back with you guys next week.
Thanks, Kerbs. I appreciate it.
See you, Kerbs. Thanks.
You got it, guys.
All right. This is Chris Kerber, voice of the Blues here on 101 ESPN. I'm so glad that I'm taking over Synergy Hockey, too, as the main guy down there.
You are?
Yeah.
There's a Rivers taking it over.
Anthony Rivers, congratulations on the name change. Let's go!
I'm part of the family. Thanks, buddy.
Yes, from 2035 to
Is that what you had
2025,
me
the clear
sign?
camp.
That's exactly what I had you
paper they
sign. Yeah,
said
you got to
you're
read stuff,
legally
man.
changing your name?
You got to read stuff. Wow. Yeah.
I can't read without my glasses.
Well, that's why I put it in front of you when you didn't have your glasses on. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter, it's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. More of your mic drops coming up next on the Cardinals.
Yes, I'm 100% upset that these guys are going to mess up the game plan. Mo's going to be like, well, we need 3 starters. We're going to go get 3 starters. Now we're going to go get half a starter, because that's what he's going to do. He's never going to spend money. He's going to go, hey, look, these guys showed that they were good enough last year. They could be good enough this year, and then they're going to fail. And then we're going to be in the exact same spot we are in right now. Mo is never going to wake up, but yet, everybody thinks, well, especially BK, he thinks that, hey, we haven't seen this before. We've never been through this. We don't know how he's going to react. I know exactly how Mo's going to react. He isn't going to get anybody.
That's the 6'1" great here in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN.
Who's the 6'1" great?
We changed his name.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
That was him?
Yeah, that was
We
the 6'1"
changed his
great.
name, and then he started texting in just the same stuff. So
I don't even see him
we didn't have a
Anthony, we can't change everybody's name. We're
didn't
already
have a
changing your name.
Hey, last name.
Yeah, Anthony Rivers. It's not like we had a deal or anything. I just told him that I believed in him. Nobody has told him that they believe in him. And while I did trade him for a possum earlier in the year, I felt compelled to tell him that he's loved.
Is he really now the 6'1" great? Did you change it, Marshy?
I didn't change it. He's still the 6'1" hate on the text line.
I'm going to call him that because you know what? He called this.
Did he just ricochet shot BK on that one?
It
Absolutely.
wasn't even a ricochet shot. He went right for him.
Called him out.
Yeah, he went right for him.
What did he say? Because I was coming in from talking to Maggie there, and
he said that BK has been stating that since Mo has not gone through something like this, i.e. a really bad season, we don't know how Mo is going to react in the offseason.
True.
I will say this, though.
We don't know.
The 6'1" great does.
Well, I understand. He feels a certain way, but he doesn't. Even the 6'1" great doesn't know.
Who knows? Who really knows? I feel compelled to say this again, though, Jamie.
Uh-oh. Careful.
I feel like you and I are lockstep with this.
What? Since when?
It's not just a Mo decision.
No.
It is a front office decision. And maybe the 6'1" grade is just saying Mo, and he's using him and his name for, the sweeping, hey, it's the front office.
Yeah.
But it really is. It's not just Mo. Mo's got to sign the right guys. And he has not shown that he is capable in free agency of finding the right guy for the right deal. So he's got a lot to prove there. But when it comes to what his budget is going to be, that's ownership. That's the ownership. It's not Mo.
The budget is. So the amount of money given to Mo is on ownership. Now, what Mo does with the money is on Mo.
Is on Mo, exactly.
That's it. And if ownership will not give him the right amount of money to get what he needs, then it's on Mo to take said money and go find the best players that he possibly can for what he's been given.
Absolutely.
And that's that. It's just the way it is. And if Mo picks the wrong guys, then that's on Mo.
Correct.
Like Steven Matz. I guarantee that the DeWitts had to sign off on $44 million. Mm-hmm. They're not just, here's a blank check. When it gets up around $100 million, call us for permission. No, any free agent signing that they're making of any significance runs through ownership. So they okayed $44 million. Mo picked the player.
Yeah.
And if Steven Matz pitches for the remainder of his contract like he was recently, then that's a great find by Mo. Mm-hmm. But, if it looks like it did at the start of the season or the fact that he can't stay healthy, that's also on Mo.
Yes. I mean, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I would love to know. I don't think that Mo is just getting a blank check.
No, there's no chance.
Every free agency.
You say what you want about the DeWitts.
Yeah.
They run a great business.
Yes, they do.
No great business owner or group just says,
highlight that.
Do whatever the hell you want.
Highlight that word. You're right. Because it is a business. Mm-hmm. And I think it's very difficult for some fans who, they wear their Cardinals gear and they go down the stadium and they feel They feel great, and they feel like, hey, this is this team. I am on this team, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fan. I'm basically a stockholder. Like, this is mine. I think it's hard for some people to hear that and think about ownership not doing everything possible to make fans happy. But you're right, Jamie. There is a balance. They're running a business and ... They're trying to run a successful business and put a good product on the field. They didn't this year.
Here's where fans miss the boat. And this may be completely unpopular, and I might absolutely get torched on the text line in the group chat.
Some fans.
Here's where some fans. Correct. Anthony, I appreciate you doing that. You saved me at least 10 hate texts.
You got it, buddy.
Here's where some fans get it wrong. One, they all claim to know it's a business, but they truly don't. And the reason they don't is because it doesn't matter to their pocketbook how the team does. So if they want ownership to be as erratic as they are, and we're going to go for it, I don't care. They're not thinking of a true business model. So for the DeWitts, they're passionate baseball people. Absolutely. They didn't buy the Cardinals to lose money.
No, right.
They didn't buy the Cardinals because it was a hobby. Mm-hmm. They bought the Cardinals to grow it into what it is now, which is way more than the $150 million they paid for it. But you know what? Good on them.
Yeah.
That means they run the business properly. But the problem that some fans have is realizing that it's a business for them. No different than if you own a paint shop or a sub shop or whatever it is. Just because you can go buy the greatest paint on the market, but your margins are terrible and you're losing money on it, doesn't matter, right? No, it does. You got to make money. You got to be able to bring food back for the family at the end of the month. So some fans just get carried away with we just make any decision, it doesn't matter, because they don't have to deal with the financial problems of a business going bad or going sideways. It's not on their wallet at all.
Right. Well, the other thing, too, is that, and we got Kyle Hiebert coming up, so we got to wrap this up. But, Jamie, just like Hollywood is in a different stratosphere to us, Hollywood, we'll never be in that world.
Speak for yourself.
You were at one point, but we'll never be in that world. It's almost like a fictional movie or something you read about. It's the same thing with people like the DeWitts who built wealth. It's in a different world. You're talking about something complete. It's not like, hey, I'm rich, I'm just going to spend. These people built wealth. They built a legacy. Chances are we'll never do it. So I think that's kind of hard to grapple with as well. That aspect of it. It's like, you got a lot of money, man, share it or buy this pitcher. They built wealth for a reason. They have that mindset. All right, we got to get to Kyle Hiebert. We'll chat with the St. Louis City SC defender next on 101 ESPN. Mentioned this earlier. I went down to the MAC today, the West Clubhouse, got a workout in, felt good. And, while I'm down there, I'm always amazed when I'm walking through the hallways and going to the men's locker room or, going to the weight room. Just all the activities that they have at the MAC. They've got racquetball, they've got squash, they've got, basketball going on. And in the midst of all of that, you've got a couple of great restaurants. And whether you're having breakfast or lunch, or maybe you're going a little bit later and hitting up the bar. I mean, they've got something for everyone, whether you're an individual and you're looking to, join a club because you're not just looking for a workout facility, but you're looking to join, various clubs and things like that, or you're a family and you want to get the entire family involved. Man, the MAC is a great spot. That's my MAC. It's Missouri Athletic Club.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals avoid the sweep yesterday as they defeat the Pirates by a final score of 6-4. Zach Thompson went 5 innings, gave up 6 hits, 2 earned runs. He walked 1 and struck out 5. The Cardinals are off today. However, they will take on the Philadelphia Phillies tomorrow as Miles Michaelis takes the mound. 6:05 first pitch. This past weekend, City SC defeated Austin FC by a final score of 6-3. They are set to take on Orlando City on Saturday, a 6:30 start time. We are going to be joined by Kyle Hiebert of St. Louis City SC. That's coming your way next right here in the Fast Lane. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter, and it's been a while for me. I know you guys chatted with him last week. I was on vacation, but it's been a while for me to chat with our next guest. Let's head to our celebrity line and talk to Kyle Hiebert of St. Louis City SC. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, what's up, Anthony? How's it going?
Good, man. It's good to hear from you again. A huge win over the weekend. You guys pile up 6 goals. When it comes to the way that the league is being played now, or games for you guys are being played now in August compared to the spring when you guys started in February and March, what's the biggest difference right now in the league?
Yeah, I mean, I would say you could see it in the game with the heat and the humidity, even with such a late kickoff. You had, in the second half, a lot of tired defenders, and then, you're limited to, I think, 5 substitutions. Usually, I think for some reason that game might have actually been 6. So you're subbing all your attacking guys. So for the last 30 minutes of the game, you have a whole bunch of fresh attackers who just want to score goals against an exhausted defense. And it was just cool to see some of those guys. Nico with 2 goals, Sam with 2. Tim set the tone early with an attacking set piece, and then Tomash off the bench. So 3 goals coming from our subs, making a big-time impact for us.
Kyle, I'm so intrigued by Sam Adeniran coming in here. He had been loaned out and comes back, and he has really played well. It's almost like he's come back with a brand new confidence, because I believe he's always had the ability, but watching him play out there right now, it's like he's taking control of the game.
Yeah, no, it's amazing how you can have the ability, and then there's this, it sometimes can just be one moment, or it can be an extended period of time where he was getting minutes with San Antonio, and I think he started to get his form again in terms of scoring goals. So he came back with all the same abilities. And even before he went out on loan, he was still a handful for the opposition, but he hadn't put the ball in the back of the net yet. And now I think he's got 5 goals and not a crazy amount of games, 1 or 2 assists, along with just being an absolute presence up there for us when we need him most.
Kyle Hiebert joining us right now on the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Kyle, I know Jamie had asked you last week about Messi and his impact and what makes him special. And Inter Miami's playing very well now that they not only added him but other players. Kyle, I want to ask you. You're a smart guy. You love football. You break things down so well for us. How would Kyle Hiebert, the coach, defend Messi if you had an opportunity? You're a coach. How would you defend him, and would you punish him every time he gets the ball? Yeah. Would you send a message every time with physicality?
Guys, if Kyle Hiebert, the coach, would send a message every time Messi.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
and I would send that message. I would turn the volume up on that message in the first 10 minutes and let him know what kind of game he'd be in for.
Nice. Okay, so
I
Kyle,
like that.
I love the answer. I had said a couple of weeks ago that we've seen the game, the way it's played overseas and all that. Is there an American style that we can have for soccer where the game can be more physical, or am I like in La La Land because of the way the game is played and the rules and things like that? I would love to see a team be physical. Is it possible to be a physical team in soccer? Like really ramp it up?
Yeah, there is only so far that you can ramp it up before kind of the rules of the game add those protections. And those protections are a good thing with yellows and red cards. And then you're really getting punished for overexerting your physicality. But I think there are different brands of soccer or football around the globe where you'll see certain, especially you see that with the national teams, will have a certain style of play or a certain identity. And you see that with clubs as well. But you especially see that, I think, across countries and continents. There's just a lot of different ways to play the same game.
Kyle, what exactly are the rules when it comes to yellow cards and red cards? Because I'm sitting here watching, and like if I'm a player, I'd like to know how many free passes do I get before it hurts the team?
Usually, and it kind of depends, because there's moments where if you're endangering an opponent, they'll usually give a yellow, like you've really gone over the top with a challenge. And then there's also yellow cards that will hit us on the back line more in transition, where there'll be more, they call them like cynical yellow cards. So we'll have identified, hey, they're starting a counterattack. We're just going to shut this play down, and then the refs will give yellows for that. But other than that, if you're pressing high up the field, you're not really stopping a counter, you're not really, injuring the guy, you can probably pick up 2 or 3 of those fouls before the refs start to be like, okay, this guy, he keeps doing this over and over. And actually something they added in, we had a meeting with heads of refereeing before the season began, is, we joke about this stuff with Messi, but they crack down on that too, because teams will be like, okay, if we're trying to send a message to somebody, we've got 10 guys on the field, let's just rotate who nails the guy.
I love it.
But the refs figured that one out. So before the year, they walked us through clips of a game. I forget which game we were watching. They said it was a star player maybe for the New England Revolution. They're number 10. And I think Philadelphia was just rotating. This guy nailed him, then this guy, and then the third guy, even though it was his first foul, the ref gave a yellow. And, because they're like, look, we're trying to crack down on this for player protection. So, unfortunately, maybe 5 years earlier, we really could have gotten away with that one.
You didn't know, Kyle, but Jamie and I actually were coaches that day for Philadelphia. So we're sorry about that. That was tough. But we thought we had a good game plan against them.
Yeah, it was worth a shot, right?
So, Kyle, can a referee give a red card right away? Or is he obligated to go yellow card first?
No, he can give a red right away.
Dang
You'll see that. Yeah, last guy on the back line, or just a really, really bad challenge. And there was actually a challenge at the beginning of the Cincinnati game. We were 5 minutes into the game, and Edu Leuven, he tackles their, number 6 or something. He's down on the ground, and this guy's leg is like opened up, and there's blood coming down the leg. And I'm thinking, we're about to lose one of our best players in the first 5 minutes. And I just remember, because I'm standing there thinking, like, I don't remember the challenge being that bad, but I'm really hoping he doesn't get a red card. And then Tim walks over, and Tim points at the spot on the leg, and he goes, looks like that was there before. And like 5 Cincinnati players just freaked out. And Tim was just having a Fortunately, it stayed a yellow card, but it was a close one early in the game.
That's great.
That's awesome.
A couple more things for Kyle Hiebert here in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. I think, Kyle, that you guys have played every club at this point or close to it. What is your call? What is City SC's calling card? What is the thing that separates you guys from everybody else that you have played now?
Yeah, I think it's just being blue collar and then just bought into an identity of what we want to do. Like we've talked about many times, there's so many different ways to play the game. And, it's really less of a right or a wrong and more of just, can you get 11 guys thinking the same thing of how this is how we're going to play. This is how we're going to play with the ball and move, and this is how we're going to press against the ball. There's nuances to that. It takes a lot of work, and especially our style is high energy, high pressing. And I think we've done a good job getting buy-in throughout the club and throughout the guys.
Well, Kyle, best of luck this weekend as you guys take on Orlando. We're looking forward to that matchup. It'll be 6:30 on Saturday night, so looking forward to it. And, Kyle, we always appreciate you joining us, and thanks for having some fun with a couple of knuckleheads again.
No, thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Kyle. We'll see you.
All right, talk later.
It's Kyle Hiebert here on 101 ESPN. Man, Jamie, I felt like we were close there.
We were. I was somewhat optimistic that you'd get a freebie.
I'm just kind of proud of Philadelphia for rotating players in that one game that you're talking about. Rotating, just punishing their best player.
Just one guy at a time, yeah.
Because there's got to be something. There's got to be something that we can do to kind of narrow the gap between where we are from an American soccer standpoint versus obviously the top teams worldwide. And I kind of thought it'd be, taking the head off of the opponent's best player.
Yeah.
But, rules and stuff.
The moment I found out you get a red card immediately, that ruined it.
Yeah.
What about maybe just
soccer.
Purposefully kicking a ball right at somebody?
They're already used to that.
We saw Crew do that in The Longest Yard. He throws a football right at the
that was the referee.
Exactly, but he was sending a message.
He certainly
actually sent multiple messages.
Right. Yeah, he did.
Let me tell you something. That ball moves fast. When I was playing in Russia, one of the things they'd make us do is, the off-ice training. It was crazy, by the way. We were working out like 3-4 times a day. And in the afternoon, we'd go into the gym, and we'd either play basketball or soccer. So the first time we go in there, we're playing basketball, and I'm kind of dominating. And these guys were not great basketball players, and I'm like owning it. I felt like LeBron at the time. So the next day, we play indoor soccer. And I'm like, I can play soccer. I was great at soccer when I was a kid. I get out there and make a couple passes. All of a sudden, boom, this guy kicks a ball. It goes by my face at about 110 miles an hour. I was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to just get the hell out of the way.
I'll be over here, guys.
I don't need one of these guys hit me in the face with a soccer ball here today. So I kind of sort of was trying, but not really, just looking busy.
You're sweating. Yeah. You're running full bore.
Not quite getting there on time.
You're yelling out stuff.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, listen, that was a non-issue. I couldn't even understand my coach the entire time I was there.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Every practice, every drill, every power play, anything at all. He'd come in, and he would nothing but Russian.
Hey, did you always go last at practice?
No, he'd make me go first. I was on the first line. No, so as the drill, Marcy, I'm not kidding you. As the drill is happening, I'm trying to figure it out in my head. And then every now and then you'd get it wrong.
Yeah.
He'd blow the whistle and yell something in Russian. So I started to yell back cuss words at him in Russian. And he was looking at me. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do?
They're like, this
Somebody
American.
give me a translator.
Yeah.
This American, he's quite the drill buster.
I was. But then I remember we had one game where this guy, he wanted me to go out and fight this guy. I didn't know about it. It's like one of these teams had some kind of sort of Russian tough guy, and I was like, okay, whatever. And he comes by me right after warm-up and speaks almost perfect English. And says, hey, tonight I would like you to take care of that guy for us. I'm like, all of a sudden you speak English.
Now you speak English when you need me.
All week trying to figure out how to say that.
No,
wow.
Then I did a background check on this guy, and he's been coaching the World Junior team for 20 years. So he's always in Canada, always in the United States, all over the place.
Oh, dude.
Valerie Bragin, he's still the World Junior coach.
Wow.
I was like, you son of a...
Dude. You've had an interesting...
Did you beat the guy?
Oh, I beat the wheels off him. I got taken off the ice by the military that night. I'm not joking, because the fans in that building were trying to kill me. It's an incredible story.
Was that the fireworks story where they're shooting off fireworks in the...
No, that was a different night.
Okay.
This night here, the Army came on the ice to try and break up the fight that I created.
Oh, my gosh.
And then their fans surrounded our bus to leave. They wouldn't let the bus leave because they wanted to kill me. And so the Army had to walk me out to the bus while people were throwing things. And the bus, he just hit the gas. And I don't even know if he ran over people or whatever happened. I barely got out of that place alive.
The actual Russian Red Army trying to take out Jamie.
It was wild, man.
But you beat the brakes off that dude.
Oh, yeah. It felt so good, too. Yeah. He was a mouthy little
It's Fastlane on 101 ESPN. More your mic drops on the Cardinals and whether or not you're a little concerned now that the front office will kind of pivot with some of these young pitchers pitching well right now. We'll talk about that next on 101 ESPN.
Listening to Mo, I didn't hear any indication that they were going to spend more money. What he was saying was that money was coming off the books. and that they would have, they were reevaluating their assets and what they needed to do. So that didn't indicate to me that they were going to put out a lot of money on anybody. I just don't really believe it.
That was Janet. We had asked for your mic drops today on whether or not you're concerned that the Cardinals, or Mo, DeWitt, front office, will kind of change your approach based on how certain guys pitch down the stretch, including Dakota Hudson, who's looked good, and Zach Thompson, who has looked good. Small sample size. We'll see how the season, winds up for both guys. But, Jamie, I'd kind of pitched this idea to you guys. Are you concerned at all that somebody in the front office, whether it's Mo or whoever, says, yeah, you know what, we kind of got the internal answers here. We only need one starting pitcher instead of three, or two starting pitchers instead of three.
Yeah, of course I'm concerned about that. Why wouldn't I be? What would be there to prove me wrong?
Nothing.
So to a lot of the texters' thoughts and comments about, well, he doesn't know what to do. He's never been here before.
Mm-hmm.
They're right, but is it something where he can thrive? Is this an opportunity for John Mozeliak to change the narrative that is currently surrounding his name amongst Cardinals fans? Because I believe in the baseball world overall, John Mozeliak is held in pretty high regard for what he has been able to do here with the Cardinals for an extended period of time. There are a lot of GM/presidents of baseball operations that would like to, as an organization, have the same success the Cardinals have. Define success, right? I get it. We haven't won a World Series. We've been to the NLCS, I believe, just once in the last, 10, 15 years?
2019.
Yeah.
2013.
Okay, so 10 years, twice.
No, last 10 years, yeah. But before that, it was 2012, 2011.
Yeah, but my point is that the Pittsburgh Pirates president of baseball operations probably holds John Mozeliak in pretty high regard for what he's been able to continuously have success, even in the same division, that kind of thing. But I want to see what Mo's made of. Is he exactly what most of the fan base is saying? Or is there something different inside that's going to kick in and he's going to shock us in a really good way?
Mm-hmm.
And will the DeWitts financially back his decisions?
Good call. I think when push comes to shove, Mo, and I'm not necessarily declaring this good or bad, but Jamie, I feel like when Mo, again, push comes to shove, Mo's gonna be conservative. Mo is gonna make the conservative move.
Is that because he wants to, or he's been forced to?
I don't know. I can't answer that. But I just, in my observation, Mo has always been what's the safest option, as opposed to rocking the boat or, maybe making a truly savvy move. I think the Miles Michaelis contract was pretty savvy. It's not like Miles Michaelis was on. It wasn't like he was the slam dunk signing.
No.
Like the Phillies have done over the last couple of years. The Mets have done over the last couple of years. The Padres, like taking that one guy, the superstar, boom, got him. There's no talent in that. It's, can I write the biggest check? And am I in a market that's appealing? That's really what it comes down to. So what Dave Dombrowski has done in Philadelphia, or what A.J. Preller has done in San Diego, in my opinion, isn't overly impressive. The owner says, hey, here you go. I'm going to write you a big, here you go, I'm a blank check. Go get my guy. And he does. That's not impressive to me. Winning, still finding ways to win with a smaller budget or through savvy moves, that's impressive. Mo, I think, even in this last trade deadline, let's go back to this last trade deadline. In our opinions, and we said this leading up, what was the bare minimum? What was the bare minimum that Mo needed to do, in our opinions?
Get rid of the contracts that are expiring.
Trade the expiring contracts.
Yeah.
And what did Mo do?
He did it.
He traded the expiring contracts.
Yep.
Didn't do anything else.
No.
I'm not saying he had to. I'm just saying there is always like the path of what can I do that's just kind of will satisfy what I need to do in this moment, and that's it. Needed a catcher last year. Got you a catcher. We need one guy for the rotation, in their opinion. Brought back Adam Wainwright. Good. Settle. Like there's never that wow factor, that shock factor. I know when he traded for Arenado, but Arenado.
I wasn't even going to go there. I was going to go, what about the trade for Paul Goldschmidt? Because that one, the Arenado trade almost seemed like it was formulated for the Cardinals specifically.
I think Goldschmidt falls in that same category.
You think the Diamondbacks knew they were going to trade with the Cardinals? That's it.
I think the Diamondbacks knew they had to, and the Cardinals knew they had to trade. They had to trade him. They weren't going to sign him. They weren't going to give him a big deal. He was on the market. I'm sure Goldschmidt had some say in where he wanted to go. Yeah. He gets to spring. He signed immediately.
Well, I know he got here and signed.
Goldschmidt was.
He didn't even get to the zoo yet.
No, it was yeah, right. He was thinking it was in spring training.
Oof.
It was like a carbon copy Cardinal.
Yeah,
you know, it's a safe move. He made it. Credit him. Have you guys been blown away by any decision?
No, I think there's a difference between what he can do with trades and what he can do in the offseason with signing players. We want to say, well, you know, he got Goldie, he got Arenado. Congratulations. Mm-hmm. There's also another side of your job, and that's hitting on free agents.
Yes.
When you have the opportunity.
And he hasn't.
Yeah. I couldn't tell you one that's hit in the last 10 years.
I would say Michaelis. I think Miles Michaelis was a good deal.
For sure.
It has been a good deal.
But he's not.
But it's still one.
He's not the sledgehammer to the fly.
No, he's not.
He's a good.
But is it because he's not or he's not allowed to?
It's a savvy dude. Wow. Yeah.
That's my biggest question.
And we've had that, and I think it's a really good question. All right, we got to get to the Gauntlet. We got a potential Gauntlet trophy that could be given out here.
We're freezing the kicker.
Yeah, exactly. So,
good luck,
Marsh,
Marshy.
You're up.
Hey,
Gauntlet.
Marshy, just remember this guy's a really nice guy.
He's a very nice guy.
We do it those guys, Marshy.
Mm-hmm. That's next. I want to win ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter, our guy Stewie's on the line. Stewie, credit card debt can be scary. And a lot of times you don't know what the interest rates are on credit cards until it's too late and you're buried in debt, and it can be scary. What can we do for our listeners that might be struggling with this very topic?
Anthony, people don't know what they're paying. We refinanced a customer today. He had $60,000 in credit card debts. A year ago, zero. All of a sudden, these huge debts are coming into play. Inflation's kicking in. Mortgage rates are going up. People are feeling strapped for cash. It's getting tighter. He thought he only had $25,000. When he added it up, it was $60,000. The average interest rate on his credit card, which he had no idea was, over 30%. Wow. And what happens with credit cards are the interest gets tagged on daily if you carry balances. So you're paying interest on the interest on the interest, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. My advice to you is don't procrastinate. If you know you have a challenge, you know you're heading for a problem, take care of it now, consolidate the debt, get a better cash flow, get in a better position. Rates will go down in 12, 24 months. We'll refinance it to a lower rate later. But right now, don't get stuck with those 30, 40, 20% interest rates. Get rid of them now and get yourself in a better quality of life today.
Anthony, debt can be scary for a lot of people, and it's exactly why our listeners need to call Stewie. If you're scared, you're nervous, you're feeling stressed and anxious, call Stewie. He'll help you out. He'll walk you through the process. He's going to find a way to limit the damage. And all you have to do is call 314-324-4440.
314-324-4440.
Or you can Google the Bagel Loan.
Thanks, Stewie.
Have a good one, guys.
NMLS number 226715.
categories, one challenger. Can you master the gauntlet?
Brought to you by Master, your hometown source for business communications for more than 30 years. Visit masstour.com.
All right, time for the Gauntlet here in the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN, where it's 4:07. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Back for a third straight day. It's Mike. What's up, Mike?
What's up, guys? How's it going today?
Did you sleep well last night?
I did. I'm traveling today, so Marshy might have me on the ropes a bit, but I'm excited.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Now, Mike, did you take it upon yourself to tell friends and family and people that you know that today's Gauntlet Trophy on the line, that they should be listening?
I mean, I might have got you guys an additional 100 to 200, new listeners. So, yeah.
Well, we like that. That's
absolutely.
For sure.
We appreciate that.
That's 100 more than we had yesterday.
That's very true, Jamie.
There you go.
Yeah. All right, Mike, we know who your opponent is. It's going to be Marsh today. Gauntlet Trophy on the line. Go ahead. Tell Marsh to spin that wheel, and then Marsh is going to get out of here.
Yeah, beat it, Marshy.
Marshy, spin that wheel and get out of here.
All right, there you have it. The wheel has been spun.
Mike, I have to know, with a trophy on the line, what category are you wanting?
I mean, I want baseball again, but just like I told you yesterday, football wasn't it, and I got all 4 right, so we'll see how we do.
Okay, which one is the one, though, that you're sitting there going, I hope it doesn't land on this?
Well, from my performance the other day, hockey.
Okay.
It's not hockey.
It's not hockey.
It is not football.
It's not football.
I don't remember the last time we had this.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Random
tonight.
Random trivia.
Oh, man.
It's a tough one. Not going to lie. It's a tough one, but it's tough for both of you, I believe, at this point.
Very true. Random trivia for Gauntlet Trophy. Mike, are you ready?
As ready as I can be.
Here we go. Question number 1. The Barbie movie is now the second highest grossing film of 2023. What movie is the highest grossing film of 2023?
Oppenheimer. Final answer.
All right, Mike, question 2. I don't even know how you say this, Anthony. The Dallas Chaparrals turned into which current NBA team in 1973?
Options.
Yeah. The San Antonio Spurs, the Memphis Grizzlies, or the Dallas Mavericks?
Oh, man. Let's go San Antonio Spurs.
Final answer?
Final answer, sorry.
That's right.
All right, Mike, question number 3. People are advised not to eat shark meat because it is high in what toxic element?
Mercury. Final answer.
All right, Mike. Question number 4, last question. What is the most common poisonous snake in the state of Missouri?
Oh. Options.
Is it the copperhead, the cottonmouth, or the rattlesnake?
It's the copperhead, and I should have known that. Final answer, copperhead.
Whew. All right, let's get our guy Marshy in here.
Mike, how you feeling?
Oh, man. Average.
Average,
Okay.
okay.
Well, sometimes that's good. Depends.
Not as good as yesterday, that's for sure.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you had every right to feel good about yesterday. All right, Marsh is back in our studio here. Marsh, are you ready to defend the Gauntlet Trophy?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Jamie?
Well, you better pack a lunch.
All right.
All right. Marsh, today your category is random.
Don't love it, but
random trivia.
Don't love it.
You and Mike had the same reaction.
Question number 1, Marsh.
Okay.
The Barbie movie is now the second highest grossing film of 2023. What movie is the highest grossing film of 2023?
You said it's the second?
Barbie is the second highest grossing film. What movie is the highest grossing film of 2023?
So we haven't had random in a while, so that means these questions are probably slightly old. By slightly, I mean, a week old. I just saw a few days ago that Barbie overtook Super Mario Bros. As number 1. So I'm going to say Super Mario Bros. Is the answer to this question. Final answer.
All right, Marshy. Question 2. The Dallas Chaparrals turned into which current NBA team in 1973?
The what?
Yeah, the Chaparrals. Would you like me to spell it for you? Although I did not spell it for Mike.
No.
That's the origin, Jamie.
What?
Can you sound it out?
I just did the best I can.
Okay.
Chaparrals.
So they became what team in you said 1973?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm going to need the options.
All right. Was it the San Antonio Spurs, the Memphis Grizzlies, or the Dallas Mavericks?
73. I don't think it was the Spurs because I saw that documentary when the Spurs took on the Flint Tropics, and I believe that was before the 70s, so I'm going to rule out the Spurs. I believe they were part of the ABA, too. Memphis was in Vancouver before they went to Memphis. However, I don't know if that Dallas team... I'm just going to say the Dallas Mavericks.
Final answer?
Final answer. It's probably wrong.
Question 3, Marsh. People are advised not to eat shark meat because it is high in what toxic element?
Really? Am I supposed to eat shark meat?
According to this question, no.
High, is it mercury maybe? I don't know. Options.
Arsenic, lead, mercury.
I mean, I literally have no idea. I just said mercury, so let's just stick with mercury. Final answer.
All right, Andrew. This is it. What is the most common poisonous snake in the state of Missouri?
I have no idea. Options.
Is it the copperhead, the cottonmouth, or the rattlesnake?
I think it's the cottonmouth. So I'm going to go with cottonmouth. Final answer.
Let's go over these.
Wow. I hated that. I'm not going to lie.
Mike.
Same, Marcy. Same.
Gauntlet championship, nonetheless.
A Gauntlet championship. A Gauntlet trophy is on the line for Mike. Start off with question number 1. The Barbie movie is now the second highest grossing film of 2023. What movie is the highest grossing film of 2023? Mike, you went with Oppenheimer. Marsh, you said that you thought that you had read an article recently that said Barbie actually overtook the Super Mario Bros. Movie. Correct answer is...
Well, Oppenheimer and Barbie were kind of tied at the hip there for a while. But it's the Super Mario Brothers movie.
And Marsh did not need the options on that. So Marsh has taken a 2-0 lead over Mike.
Going to need that with the rest of these questions.
The Dallas Chaparrals turned into which current NBA team in 1973? You guys both used the options on this one. Mike, you went with the Spurs. Marsh, you went with the Mavericks. Correct answer is...
San Antonio Spurs.
Mike carves into the lead. But Marsh is still up 2-1 after 2 questions. People are advised not to eat shark meat because it is high in what toxic element? Marsh, you went mercury. Mike, you went mercury. Correct answer is...
Well, arsenic sure would have been interesting, but it's mercury.
But... Mike did not need the options on that. We are tied. We are tied at 3 apiece. Comes down to this question.
This is it, Anthony.
Comes down to this question.
Oh, baby.
I hate this category.
What is the most common poisonous snake in Missouri? Since it doesn't matter, I'll tell you guys now that both of you use the options. One of you is correct.
Oh, baby.
Marsh, you went with the cottonmouth. Mike, you went with copperhead. If it's copperhead, Mike collects a Gauntlet trophy. If it's cottonmouth, Marsh can add a save to his column. Jamie, what is the most common poisonous snake in Missouri?
The copperhead.
Mike.
You have chosen wisely.
Mike gets a Gauntlet trophy. It came down to that question. And Mike, congratulations. You will forever remember the copperhead snake because it won you a Gauntlet trophy today. Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Nice job. You could celebrate. You're on the road. I mean, what a perfect day for Mike.
It is. What a day. The lucky jingling in hand came to the rescue.
There you go. Wow, nice.
He gets to celebrate twice. He's on the road. Then when he gets back with his family, they can have another party. It's like the Stanley Cup parties all over the place.
He'll probably FaceTime, too, at some point with his family. So
I would be.
Yeah. Mike, congratulations.
Good job, Mike.
We'll get your information so we can hand out a Gauntlet trophy to you.
Sounds good to me.
Nice job. All right. Thanks for listening. Thanks for playing.
All right, guys. Take care.
Take care, buddy.
See you, Mike.
Bye-bye.
There you have it. That's tough. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. We all blew it. We did. We all blew it. I blew it with 3,000.
You really
Yeah.
did.
I mean, this was a 7-8-9 Cardinals game.
Jamie, you blew it with Georgia.
I did. Such an idiot.
Matthew Stanford.
Such an idiot.
Marsh. You chose Cottonmouth over Copperhead.
How the hell am I supposed to know that?
Where were you born?
Here, but I don't. I don't like. You know what? I think one day I'm just going to look up
What do
what's
they
the
always
most
say?
poisonous snake. I hate
Do
snakes.
you like to golf, Andrew?
I do like golfing.
What do they say? Look out for the copperheads. Don't go chasing your ball too far into the rough there. 'cause
I've
the
never
copperheads-
heard that in my life.
They'll be waiting for you.
It will be.
Copperhead, cottonmouth.
Bite your hand off.
You know what I need to do? I need to go to the zoo more often. Go to the reptilian.
It's free. There's really no reason for you not to go.
The parking isn't, but
You know what?
The rest of the zoo is free.
Maybe I'll park on the side of the road.
You got to make your own sign, and you can park.
101 ESPN.
Just fine.
So
I'm here with the station.
I'm confused now. Was semi-pro, is that fan fiction?
No, it's a documentary. It's true.
Well, were the Chaparrals or whatever they're called, they became the San
Marshy,
Antonio Spurs?
honestly,
I'm just confused.
If you based your answer off of semi-pro, you deserve to lose.
Is it not?
Okay. Jamie,
Anthony, I know
let's
you were
not-
thinking it, okay? Because the way you looked at
It's
me when he
harsh.
said that tells me all I need to know.
It's a documentary, though.
Go back and watch the YouTube. Watch the old side-eye here. Side-eye Stalter is what they
You're
call
trying to
him.
tell me that Duke wasn't a real person? And that he didn't collect a big check?
Well, you got a big check.
Maybe that's what Mo's been getting. Mo's been getting not blank checks. He's been getting the big checks.
You got a big check waiting for Aaron Nola here.
We hope.
Yeah, it's written in crayon.
All right. Why don't we do
colors cardinal red?
Yeah, there you go. Do we have more mic drops, Marsh?
Yeah, we got a bunch.
Let's do another mic drop here on our topic of the day.
Somebody said that they're pretty sure, though, that Yager probably added a few more games since Tuesday.
He did, yeah. So at some point, guys, I'm going to be right on that 3,000. It might be a year from now.
We're taking a beating here on the text line.
Why?
I love the text line, but sometimes they can feel like they're just nitpicky. Okay?
What's going on?
Grant Francis, who I'm not afraid to fire, we know this. He does a great job with these questions. And yes, the question maybe was written wrong because it's supposed to be the common venomous snake. We said poisonous snake. Tomato, really. But my gosh, the text line's going crazy over this.
Well,
I mean, what?
I agree. That's what tripped me up.
If you walked up, I'm willing to say this. If you walked up to 100 people in this area right here and asked that same question, I bet you'd get 5 that would say, do you mean the most venomous? Everybody else would already clue and understand what you mean.
I mean, it really
isn't venom isn't venom poisonous or no?
Yeah, but
so like poison would be for like frogs, like a poison dart frog.
Yeah,
but I mean, if you got venom running through your veins, it's probably not good because it's poison, right?
But the venom's not running through their veins.
But if that snake bites me,
it's got the venomous pockets that fire it in there on you.
Okay, well then that venom then goes into my veins, which is then poisonous to me, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Like I said, Anthony, we're splitting hairs here, and I don't say this often, I'm slightly disappointed in our text line for being this nitpicky.
Wow. Whoa.
Oh, you guys aren't?
No, I am. I'm with you.
I can't say anything because at the end of the day, like the 636 said, Marshy got snake bitten. And that's really what it comes down to.
Well done.
I mean, the listener won. What are they mad at?
Because they're snake lovers and they want it to be accurate. So,
who the hell loves a snake?
A lot of people do.
Tommy Self, he's really upset with us.
Why?
I don't know. He's got a cute little picture on here too.
What's the deal?
And he says the copperhead is venomous, not poisonous. There's a difference. And he says that the 95 would be wrong. You're poisoned by eating something. Well, what if we eat the snake?
But again, if a copperhead rolls up on me, and then
slither up to you.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. Maybe he slithered on an old roller skates, right? Or maybe it's a skateboard. Okay, he got on the skateboard, he rolled up on me, and he right into the old arm there, and I'm like, holy! I just got bit by this venomous. Wouldn't the poison now be in me? Wouldn't that be wouldn't his venom be poisonous to me?
You'd be poisonous if we ate you then at that point.
But I would be I would have the poison in me.
Yeah, you would.
Which I usually do anyways, let's be honest.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know. Yeah, I think you'd have
Hold
venom
on. I know,
in you.
guys. We got to take a break.
We've got a biologist on here now weighing in.
We're way off. Let me just. Can I end this? Can I end this? Can I end this? I want to on behalf of the Fast Lane. I want to personally apologize. We're sorry that you feel that way.
news alert.
Yeah, we fired off the breaking news sounder for a very important statement that we wanted to make here in the Fast Lane. In the break, we went over the, 20 plus text messages that came in.
At the time, it was 20. It's growing.
So, the hundreds of text messages now, likely 500 now, I think, that came in. Regarding the poisonous, venomous conversation. The higher-ups felt so compelled to come in here during the break to scold us that we did not know the difference. We were flippant about the difference between...
Misleading our listeners.
Misleading the listeners. Kowski said that 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, he was angry.
So there's 2 things that are going to happen. Jamie, the first thing...
I wasn't going to do this, and it really, I didn't think it would come to this, but the higher-ups advised me that Grant Francis has to go.
24 years old,
just got a brand new car.
Job, brand new car, looking to buy a house. 24 years old, the world in front of him.
They said that the question was worded improperly, misleading our listeners, and...
yeah,
he has to go.
Not 1, but 2. I mean, think about the movie question as well.
That's true. Yeah, he didn't update it. Yep. So our apologies there for Grant. Great kid, really great kid. But that's number one. The second thing is we have decided to suspend the Gauntlet indefinitely. So the Gauntlet.
Well, we were advised.
Yeah, we were advised actually. Right. So the Gauntlet will be suspended for the foreseeable future. So if anybody has an issue with that, you blame us because we did not word that question properly.
I'll take the blame, too. I didn't catch it when I was reading it.
No, I read it, Jamie. That's not on you. I read it 3 times.
I know.
I read it once to Mike, once to Marsh.
Well, actually, Anthony, I did. It was question 4.
Mm-hmm. It was you, but I feel like
I can't let you take the blame for this.
Well, I read it once.
I'll throw you under the bus when I choose to, but I can't let you take the blame for this.
So, so that's it. So that's the breaking news. The Gauntlet suspended indefinitely. If anybody has an issue with that, feel free to take it up with us / the 500 or so people that texted in saying that we're, one person said, we are the dumbest show in the world.
Yeah.
A couple of clowns, I think they said. Clown hour, they called it. The slow lane, what somebody said, which I thought was hurtful.
Slow lame, too.
Slow lame. Wow, that was, I didn't even know about that one.
Yeah, it's fun, but still.
Yeah, so
anyways,
there you go.
The guy lost his job today because of this crap.
Yeah.
It stinks. I mean, this was almost...
This is on us.
This was worse than the Abraham Lincoln question.
I thought
over a year ago.
Honestly, Marcia, I thought you were going to say the Abraham Lincoln tragedy, which I was about to stop you on. Because I don't think that's the case, but you...
It was Abraham Lincoln, and it was
clarified.
about Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Yep. So there you have it. So, when are we going to do the Gauntlet again?
It's not up to us anymore.
No, it really isn't. Yeah, clown hour. A couple of clown... Guys should be wearing clown shoes, the person said. Very hurtful stuff.
How can you see my feet?
I don't know. We got the Sports Six-Pack coming up in about 15 minutes, 314-399-9646. So if you got a question for us, not related to venom and poison and what the difference is, we'd be glad to take your questions. But, look, I don't know where we go from here. I guess we'll try to get back on track and talk sports next on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals defeat the Pirates yesterday by a final score of 6-4. Zach Thompson went 5 innings, gave up 6 hits, 2 earned runs. He walked 1 and struck out 5. The Cardinals are back in action tomorrow, taking on the Philadelphia Phillies as Miles Michaelis takes the mound. 6:05 first pitch. We talked with Chris Kerber and Kyle Hiebert earlier today. If you missed those interviews, make sure you go to 101ESPN.com or check out the 101 mobile app. You can find the full show and all of our interviews there. It's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. I'm Andrew Marsh, and this Sports Center update is driven by Johnny Londoff. Find new roads and shop 24/7 at Londoff.com and LondoffAutoplex.com. Are you kidding me?
Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter. Again, we've got the Sports Six Pack coming up in about 5 minutes or so. 314-399-9646 is the Air Comfort Service tax line. If you got a question that you want to send via the YouTube channel at 101 ESPN STL, feel free to do that here in the Fast Lane. Marsh, we got some mic drops we had thrown out there at the start of the show today about the Cardinals and their pitching and Dakota Hudson pitching well and Zach Thompson pitching well. Are we fearful? Are we concerned at all that the front office will look at those two guys and say, you know what? Think we're good. We only need one mediocre pitcher that we can save on. Internal options, we're flooded with internal options. Are you concerned at all? I'm concerned a little bit. Little bit. We did have a mic drop that I thought was really good. I think it was Kevin that said, you know what? I'm paraphrasing, but the empty seats are basically going to tell the story for the front office. You look at Busch Stadium, it's a sea of red right now. The front office is not going to want to let this stand. They're going to get more aggressive when it comes to maybe spending this offseason. That also goes hand in hand, Jamie, with last offseason and how they were blown away by the prices of some of these free agents. So you really have no excuse now. You know what's coming. You know that the prices are going to be high on free agents. And you're coming off what will be one of the worst seasons in Cardinals history. No excuse to not be active in free agency. You might not get 2 aces. You might not get an ace. Hopefully they do. But you can't sit there. You can't stand pat. The fans have spoken by not going through the gates at Busch Stadium.
But are the tickets already bought?
Parking isn't paid for.
Yeah, parking concessions. I get it.
That's a big deal.
I was just being a bit of a jerk there, too. I'm still a little rattled over everything. So yeah. Maybe my head's in a negative space here right now. So I'm going to try.
Well, you listen.
I'm going to try and reset here.
We're going to do something about that.
I'm going to try and reset. Anyways.
I already got a petition going.
Yeah, well, we need more than that. But I'm going to go back to what John Mozeliak said himself about their pitching needs last offseason. When he spoke to the media this year, says, we identified that we needed one starter, and we also realized that Adam Wainwright was that guy. It's the bait and switch. Almost like payroll's going to go up, but it's not really. Mm-hmm. We're going to go get a starter, but it's Adam Wainwright. Like, I don't know. Technically, I guess he's right, because Waino, was he even a free agent? Did he get to free agency? Or?
Technically, he was a free agent, but...
So, technically, he was a free agent signing.
But everybody knew he was either going to come back here or retire.
So I just hope that it's not a play on words, I guess is the best way to put it, that we're not talking about making sure we have 3 new starters, next year, and two of them are, Hudson and Zach Thompson, or Libertor, or Graceffo. Like, I'm excited for those guys, but at the same time, I'd like to have a lot of options.
Yeah.
A lot.
I like what you said in the opening statement opening segment when we were talking about this, Jamie. Still be active in free agency, sign 3 guys, or trade, some combination of signing and trading. And then the spillover can be your help for the bullpen, because you still have a bullpen that is going to need arms. You have to revamp that thing with either the parts and really that should be an area where the internal options should be the key options, right? The key, players, because in free agency, free agency is notorious when it comes to bad deals for relievers. When you're looking for relievers, it makes no sense to go to market and pay big time money for relievers, because the bullpen, as we found out, the bullpen was supposed to be pretty good this year. I don't think anybody thought the bullpen was going to be fractured like it did.
But I don't know if the bullpen's bad or if it's just overworked or both.
Either way, you still need bullpen help, because you traded Hicks, you traded Genesis Cabrera. So I like your idea of signing / trading for guys and then having that spillover being your bullpen for next year. All right, let's do the Sports Six-Pack next. We will take more of your mic drops in the final hour of the show, talking about the Cardinals and whether or not you're concerned that the front office won't fulfill the promises, not even promises, just statements, cash in on the statements that it made about adding 3 starters and instead looking internally because of some of the young options. But we got a Sports Six-Pack next. Anthony Stalter back with you for Auto Centers Nissan of Herculaneum. They've got 700 vehicles, over 700 vehicles, in fact, on the lot in Herculaneum, and it's only one lot. They make it convenient for you. They're not going to make you drive around the greater Illinois or St. Louis area looking for your next new ride. If you're in the market for either a certified pre-owned vehicle or a brand new Nissan, they got cars, trucks, vans, SUVs. They got great deals. They got great offers. And when it comes to customer service, they're the best. Their sales environment, it's fun. They got a brand new, dealership, so the experience is even better now than what it had been before. I mean, the Herculaneum spot is outstanding, but they give you free nationwide lifetime warranties when it comes to their new Nissans. They've got financing options for everyone, and they're so confident that you'll drive off their lot and be thrilled with your vehicle that they give you a 30-day return promise. So within 30 days, if you need to bring the vehicle back for any reason, you can. But again, they feel so good about their promise and the fact that you're going to love their vehicle that they know that you're not going to bring it back. It's Auto Centers Nissan, Herculaneum.
It's time for the Fast Lane to answer your sports questions.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to have them answered immediately.
Asking me all these weird questions.
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Answer me!
The Sports Six-Pack is refreshed by Maggie O'Brien's, your go-to Irish pub in St. Louis for over 42 years.
It's the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stalter. Here is Andrew Marsh with your questions for the Sports Six-Pack.
Question number 1.
From the 618, is there a Major League Baseball player, past or present, that could be a two-way player like Ohtani? I think that if Adam Wainwright was given DH at-bats in the prime of his career, that he could have hit 10-plus home runs and bat around 250.
Madison Bumgarner.
Oh, yeah, he could swing it.
He had lumberjack power.
Rick Ankiel.
Rick Ankiel's a perfect example.
Carlos Zambrano.
Big Z could put a charge into a baseball.
Bartolo Colon.
Yeah.
Bartolo Colon.
He almost hit one out of the stadium in San Antonio. I still have San Antonio in my mind.
Rick Ankiel is
San Diego.
The closest that I've seen to Shohei Ohtani. And I understand Rick wasn't able to put it all together at the same time.
You have the talent.
But boy, when he started pitching in the majors, his stuff was incredible. And then when he transformed himself, a power hitter. Mm-hmm. So he kind of was that version of it.
Yeah. He had the talent to do both. There's no question about that. Well, maybe it'll be Mason Wynn. Who knows? Who really knows?
I would love to see him get on the bump when the game's out of reach a little bit. Mm-hmm. Give him the ball and he's throwing 100, just steady. You're not getting the 56 mile an hour from the backup catcher.
Right.
You're getting 100.
In on your hands.
He'd be like, this isn't fun.
What the heck?
Question number 2.
We had a question from the 816. I find this one to be kind of insensitive given the moment. What's the difference between venomous and poisonous? I'm just going to go ahead and
We're done. I actually not.
So, but I did want, we brought up the zoo earlier. Here's a question about the zoo from the 314. Would you choose an $8 entry fee to the St. Louis Zoo for the Cardinals making the playoffs this year? This fee would be for everyone.
Yes.
Really?
Why?
$8 entry fee?
Are you willing to?
You're paying $8 to get into the zoo, just so the Cardinals can make the playoffs.
Yeah, that's like trading your entire farm system just for 1 year of getting to the playoffs. Like,
there's no guarantee you're winning the World Series, Anthony.
How many times you guys go?
Who the hell wants to pay $8 for the damn zoo?
How are we going to get free agents? How is that going to happen? We can't say, hey, by the way, we have a free zoo, but they're charging $8 to get in.
You have a nearly free zoo.
We have a nearly free zoo.
How many times a year are you guys going to the zoo?
A lot, Anthony. I love those animals.
Anthony, I'm going all the time.
Even if you go twice, it's just $16. I mean,
Anthony,
Just. I'm glad you have the money to just $16.
I mean, the Cardinals.
That's offensive. It really is.
The Cardinals going to the playoffs.
Okay, Anthony, how many times have you said this on these airwaves? Well, they just get in and then they lose first round. They're done. 2 games in, we're done. That's not playoffs. Wild card game. That's not playoffs. Now everybody in St. Louis and everywhere else has to pay $8 for your shenanigans.
Yeah, for a chance to see 2006 and 2011 all over again.
Oh, yeah, your favorites, Anthony.
Well,
I'm disgusted.
I think there's a cross promotion here too with the cross comparison with the hockey team here.
What?
I don't know about you guys, but some of the best memories ever for a lot of people here in St. Louis: 06, 11, and 19.
Here's my thing. This is just my opinion.
So what does 19 have to do with the zoo?
They got in. They just got in.
Here's my opinion, Anthony.
No, they didn't just get in.
If the Cardinals are in the playoffs in October, that means people are watching. They're going to the games, right? They're not going to the zoo during the Halloween time, which is a great time to go to the zoo.
Boo at the zoo.
It's a free time.
Yeah.
Think of the animals.
People are going to boo at the zoo.
What if the animals
make time for it, man?
What if the animals are sitting there like, where is everybody? How come no one wants to see me?
That could be very depressing now that you think about
How come no one wants to be here?
Because Anthony's charging $8.
Well, why don't you just pay the $8? Why can't we see the? It's not like
why can't you just be selfless?
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Well said.
You know what? You're being selfish right now because you don't want to see the Cardinals in the playoffs.
And you're spending other people's money. That's even worse.
I'm not spending. I'm spending my money.
Picture
$8.
Picture another Stalter family rolling up to the zoo. They think it's a free zoo. They've got 3 small children, super excited to go, and there are 5 of them. Anthony, 5. That's $40 just to get in the door. But you're okay with that? Oh, you're just gonna make it rain. I'm Anthony Stalter. Take my money.
You know what those kids would be wearing? All of them. Shirts, hats. 2023 St. Louis Cardinals World Series champions.
Playoffs is what I would say.
So, you're welcome.
We just got a text from the 314. You guys, this is the dumbest argument ever.
Wow. Well, and we'll cancel the Sports Six-Pack next. Since we're taking requests today.
Text line.
Question number 3.
I got your Hold on. I got your Cardinals into the playoffs. You're pissed at me? Really?
People love the free zoo, Anthony.
I got your
Families love
Cardinals into the playoffs, and everybody's upset with me. Really? Yeah. Baseball heaven, huh? You're mad at me because I got your Cardinals into the postseason. Me, one guy. I'm disgusted with everybody today. Everybody. Listeners, text line, you two.
Just be quiet.
I am done with you guys today and your attitudes.
Just enough. What's the next question?
Jamie from the 314. Outside of Braden Shen, who are your captain candidates?
Why even play?
Would you stop? Sometimes you're too much.
Go ahead. What's the question on Braden Shen?
Nothing's coming to me right now.
Is he the best ever? What's the question?
It's best candidate.
Who is the other captain candidates? Shen is the obvious choice, but there doesn't seem to be anyone else close.
Well, no, there's some guys that are close. I think Justin Falk is a leader. Colton Parayko is a leader. He goes about it a little bit of a different way. I think Torrey Krug is a guy, too. The unfortunate thing with Torrey Krug is now that he's been rumored to waive his no-trade clause, you don't know I don't know all that, so I just like to leave that alone. I think that if it's not Braden Shen, it could be Justin Falk. After that, there's a gap between them and everybody else. Anthony, your thoughts?
I agree. I agree with you, Jamie.
Oh, just charge $16 now to Zoo? Guarantee you get the Blues into the playoffs?
You know what? I don't have to do that because the Blues are going to go to the playoffs. Your Cardinals.
Question number 4.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Andrew.
From the 636, guys, I missed yesterday's show. So don't know if you already talked about it. During the day yesterday, everyone was talking about whether or not Major League Baseball should implement the robo-strike balls after what happened on Tuesday. What's your opinion about it, and what should be done to fix the problem of bad strike calls?
Umpires are part of the game.
The Robo Zone apparently is not getting rave reviews, by the way. They're talking about how the top of the zone some of the pitchers and managers are talking about how it's not a perfect system. If it's not going to be perfect, let the imperfect dudes behind the plate make the call.
Yep. They've already got a lot of measures in place. They grade these guys, get the grades immediately. The whole guy's accountable. Umpires are part of the game. Bad calls are part of the game. So, no. I think we keep the umpires.
We got a text from the 6-1 hate. I respect you, Anthony.
Oh, thank you, 6-1 great. Thank you.
What does he respect? Charging $8 at the Zoo? I don't know what he's respecting right now.
You just say to the
I just don't know what he's respecting.
$8 to get your Cardinals into the playoffs. Wouldn't you die for a little Cardinal baseball right now?
I would not die.
I'm not dying for this team.
I'm not dying for it.
They're not spending money for me and my happiness to watch this team put out a good product. I'm not dying for them.
No.
I'm dying for the season to be over.
Well, I don't agree.
Are you dying for the Penguin house? When was the last time? Let me ask you this. When was the last time you've been to the Penguin house, Marsh?
It's been a minute.
It's been a couple months.
How about you?
How about you, Jamie?
Last week.
Last week, really.
Yeah.
You went to the Penguin House last week.
I went to the zoo and, yes, went through the Penguin House.
What'd you see?
Well, penguins. What the hell else are you going to see?
Specifically. What?
Well, they've got
where'd you-
puffins. They got penguins.
Where'd you go first? Who'd you go with?
Ashley and her boys.
Anthony, you walk in, you smell that smell.
Actually, I don't know if you're joking right now.
Wanna keep going?
There's a tank on the left, right?
We saw
There's
the
the
little-
tank on the left.
River otters first walk in. They're running around. They do a little thing over there. What else? What do you want to talk about? We got souvenirs too, Anthony. So I spent
What
money,
were they?
but I didn't have to. It was a hat and a T-shirt.
What'd they say?
They just say zoo and have the different animals on them. St. Louis Zoo.
I'm gonna need
free.
I'm gonna need to see those receipts.
They look like animal crackers. I actually almost bought one too.
Yeah.
When?
Yeah.
In
When?
2017?
No, Anthony,
The last time you went?
2020.
2022?
Yes.
That was the last time you went to the zoo.
Yeah, I mean, that was
and you won't
last year.
And you won't sacrifice $8 to get your Cardinals into the playoffs this
Anthony,
year.
it's been hot out this
Anthony,
year.
it's not whether or not I would sacrifice my $8. What I don't like is you sacrificing other people's $8. That's just
Cardinals fans would appreciate
it's
it.
ridiculous. You can't tell people how to spend their money.
I'm not. You don't
You're-
have to.
you're
You don't
spending
have to
people's
go.
money.
You don't have to go to the zoo. Here's the thing: you don't have to go to the zoo, but you can watch your Cardinals in the postseason this year because I made a decision. Jamie's going to clean up his attitude, and we'll have what's trending
I'm
next
disgusted with you permanently.
on 101 ESPN.
What's trending in the world of sports? The Fast Lane has you covered. What's trending now?
Brought to you by Goodwill. Donate to Goodwill and get a half-price Cardinals ticket voucher.
Welcome back to the Fast Lane here on 101 ESPN. Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers. I'm Andrew Marsh, and it's time for What's Trending. Unfortunately for the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim and Shohei Ohtani, he will no longer be pitching the rest of the season as Ohtani has torn his UCL, and it's not good, gentlemen. It might not be good for his contract, his impending contract for free agency this upcoming winter.
He says, too, that he intends to hit still for the Angels the rest of the season.
I think that if I was Shohei Ohtani's agent, I would let him hit for a couple of games, at least until he gets his next Ding-Dong Johnson, knocks the cover off the ball, right? Mm-hmm. Then I shut him down and say,
like
you're done. You're done now.
Surgery.
Precautionary reasons at this point, so that my client can absolutely, if nothing else, hit next year for whatever team he plays for.
Yeah.
I want the lasting memory to be him hitting a home run, so people are like, okay, well, he can still hit. So if I sign this guy for $50 million or $60 million, I'm still getting a DH that's going to hit me 25 to 35 home runs, maybe more. Mm-hmm. I'm okay with that.
I love your showmanship.
What?
I do. I love it. I love your showmanship.
That's the way to do it, Anthony.
It's a home run. It's like, you're done now.
Now you're done. Shut him down.
Shut him down. You're going to have
Angels aren't happy. Too bad. We're not coming back here anyway.
Surgery 5 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Everybody else is like, looks good to me.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I had a ton of stuff I wanted to get into in What's Trending, but I just got a text on the Air Comfort Service text line. This one's from FedEx, Brian. I don't know how you feel about this, but he texted and he says, are you all aware that the Rizzuto Show was calling you guys out this morning about football picks and what the punishments are going to be? Because they were bad-mouthing you pretty good. Even Learn was all wound up.
Oh, big deal. Oh, no, I'm shook. I'm shook, Anthony. What will I ever do? Boy, I won't sleep tonight because the Rizzuto Show is bad-mouthing me. When does it ever stop? Is it because they're on a losing skid?
They are.
True colors come out in the face of adversity.
Let me say this. Lions don't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
I totally agree.
Lions not worried about it. You're sleeping just fine.
And even Learn was wound up. Learn was she's one of the mouthiest ones over there since she's changed her job, you know?
You saw her at the home run derby.
Oh, yeah.
High out of her mind on cough syrup. Just
glad you said that.
Talking all kinds of smack. Yeah, it's despicable. She's changed.
She has changed.
And Rafe. Boy, I like Rafe. I like Rafe a lot.
Rafe, too. He's
a nice guy.
He's on the throne.
Don't let him get into these little Kirkland bottles, all these energy shots.
Right. Oh, yeah. Well, he's got his exploder.
I know. Well, he might dive into these instead, you know?
Hey, listen, here's the bottom line. We want to embarrass them. We want to show Learn and Rafe, the newbies over there, how it's going to be for the foreseeable future.
Well, the newbies don't know anything but losing at this point.
Very true.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see why they're upset.
And you know how Riz is. Riz is going to start looking around, and he's going to start putting the pieces together.
Yeah.
And he's going to say, when we brought in Learn and Rafe, we haven't won.
Yeah. Sounds like a lot of finger pointing.
Healthy scratching people?
He's going to start healthy scratching people.
Huh.
So, something to think about.
Interesting.
But we're in for the Pick'em Challenge this year. We're building a team as we speak. And yes, we are going to do some form of punishment each week. Because they're listeners. Boy,
they're nothing better else.
They cry.
Yeah, they're just it's crazy. Anyways, Paul DeYoung.
Thanks for letting us. Who was that? FedEx Brian?
FedEx Brian. Yeah, we appreciate that.
Thanks for the hat tip there.
Thank you. Paul DeJong homered yesterday, tallied 4 ribbies in his Giants debut. I mean, this guy was just unbelievable yesterday for San Francisco. We talked about him yesterday during What's Trending, but at the time, he had only had that 2-run shot, and then he ends up basically propelling the Giants to victory yesterday. How about that for the King?
All he needs to do is get hot for a stretch. And he's capable of getting hot for a stretch. You know, he hits like 8 home runs over the course of a couple of weeks or something and lifts the Giants. And they're a wild card team. I don't think they have in fact, I know they don't have the offense to go very far, but they can pitch. They got a really good bullpen. They got Logan Webb, who's an ace. So they need one guy to kind of get it going offensively because they've been dreadful since the All-Star break offensively.
They went and got Paul DeJong for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they see or know about what Paul DeJong can bring to the table is why they went and got him. And he went 3 for 4 ribbies.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like a genius move at this point. And I understand he won't continue at that pace, but whatever the matchup was yesterday that they liked is why they got Paul DeJong.
Yeah, that was not a wall scraper.
No.
That he hit.
I hate to even bring this back up, but
oh boy.
From the 314, each show should have a listener join the team too. I find that idea interesting. If you had a listener each week, not the same listener, a different listener, a part of, you have Team Riz and then Team Fastlane.
Yeah, you're kind of...
The problem with that is that if they don't get their picks in on time, or if they don't...
It's true, right.
If it's a different listener all the time, now there's a lot of moving parts. Who's keeping track of it?
Very true.
I'm all for it. Like, if we're sitting in a room and they had to come in and be a part of it, we just... But it's not like that. It's not the way it works.
Right. All right, it's Fastlane on 101 ESPN 511. Your time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers.
Clearly better.
An officially licensed Rolex jeweler.
And they did get the Gauntlet canceled, so...
Some of them.
Some of them do. Yes.
Let's not put that on everybody.
For sure.
Guys, I'm going to talk about this right now.
All right. Good call, Jamie. One thing to look for, AFC West next on 101 ESPN. It's a Fast Lane on 101 ESPN. One thing to look for when it comes to the AFC West. Take you behind the curtain. Yesterday we did this for the NFC West, although we didn't because I misread what Marsh's thought was on this. I thought we were doing predictions and just kind of talking about the overview of the team. As soon as we got off the air, Marsh scolded me. He was red hot.
Yeah, it was kind of weird.
He was ticked. Yeah.
A little bit weird. A little bit out of character.
It was. But he really cares about these types of segments, so I appreciate it. I appreciate the passion. Yeah. All right, one thing to look for, AFC West. Marsh, since I ruined your segment yesterday, why don't you have honors here? Who do you want to hit on first?
Yeah, let's start with the Broncos. I actually mentioned it earlier today, but we'll go back over it, is the amount of skill players that are injured or are coming off of injuries. So you look at Tim Patrick, Jerry Jeudy, also known as Judge Jeudy, according to Jamie. Yeah. You have Javonte Williams, who was injured last year. Yeah. And they had quite the issue at running back after he was injured. So I'm looking to see what this team looks like under Sean Payton, but also dealing with some skill players being injured or coming off that injury.
I'm really looking forward to seeing this. This won't minimize anything that Sean Payton did in New Orleans, because the man won a Super Bowl and he had, just a tremendous amount of success in New Orleans. Defense. Okay, Jamie. One time you start to do some bribes and stuff like that.
Wasn't bribes, bonuses.
Yeah, bonuses. That's true. Yeah, good call. But we're about to find out how good Sean Payton how good of a head coach Sean Payton is, because you had such a mess last year under Nathaniel Hackett. Such a mess last year with the way that they allowed Russell Wilson to have his own office, and we're going to run your offense, and they just gave Russell Wilson the keys to the kingdom, and it was an absolute disaster, to the point where you had players going after Russell Wilson on the sidelines during games. We're about to find out how quickly Sean Payton can clean up a mess like we saw in Denver. So I think that's the thing that I'm keying in on this year. Can he revive Russell Wilson's career, and can he clean up what has been just which was an utter mess in Denver?
Yeah, I'm looking for Justin Herbert and the crew with the Chargers to outperform their lack of coaching. What I mean by that is I want to see this team push for first place in the division, even though the coaching that they have is not fantastic. Like, Justin Herbert's so good, he carries his team to first place.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking for.
So that's from the Chargers' perspective.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. Do you have anything on the Broncos?
No, you said enough about that guy. I'm sick of talking about him.
So
actually, I do have one thing to say about the Broncos. Do we really believe that Sean Payton can actually fix this team?
I think he can. I'm that big of a believer in him.
I'm just with the weapons and some of the guys missing, and then Russell Wilson just being so damn bad last year. Mm-hmm. Like, I just don't know how the 180 happens.
Yeah. I'm fascinated to see it play out. With the Chargers, you jump to the Chargers, Jamie. I'm with you on that. Can Justin Herbert continue to elevate everybody around him, including his coaching staff? Mm-hmm. Can he win despite not having competent coaching? And you've got Kellen Moore now. Kellen Moore was like the wonderkind in Dallas for a while there.
I wonder what happened.
The Wonder Kid? The Wonderkind. Yeah.
The Wonder Kid.
We know who the Wonder Kid is.
Yeah, it's Nate Shelley.
Yeah, if you're a Ted Lasso fan. But Kellen Moore, when he first came in, is like, oh, wow, look, this guy's got a revolutionary offense. And then when things started to go sideways in that San Francisco game, he had no answer. Tony loses Tony Pollard, no answer. Can Kellen Moore get more out of, no pun intended? Can he get more out of Justin Herbert, or does Justin Herbert also have to overcome his incompetency as well? Marsh, you got anything else on the Chargers?
Yeah, I want to know what Justin Herbert looks like at 100%. Last year he had that rib injury and played the entire year basically injured. Mm-hmm. Still a great quarterback. So I'd like to see what he looks like at 100%. Obviously, you're going to have nicks and bruises pretty much every single week. But for the most part, when he is at 100% heading into this season, I want to know if he takes that next step and goes to that next level, which I believe he can. I think he can, so.
We'll save the defending champions for last. The Raiders. I think for me with Vegas, It comes down to two people, Josh McDaniels, and whether or not this is likely. We've talked about this before. This is likely his last chance to be a head coach in the league. He's probably not going to get a third opportunity. So it comes down to him and whether or not he can improve upon what we saw last year, which it wasn't very good in a lot of areas. But Josh McDaniels has officially met the fork in the road of his coaching career. This is he's either going to show some improvement with this Raiders team, surprise some people, and continue to have an opportunity to build there. Or Jamie, I think he's going to be an offensive coordinator for the rest of his career, and this is going to be it. And similar idea, but with a player, Jimmy G. Jimmy G got the 49ers to a Super Bowl. He got them to one NFC championship game. Two, because he went to the Super Bowl to win it. But then last year, he at least helped the 49ers.
Well, he got them back in the whole thing.
So I guess technically
before Brock Purdy. Well, I don't know how much credit you give to Jimmy G, but
without Jimmy G, you don't get to that spot.
He got the ship right.
He did
in San Francisco.
You got to give respect where it's due.
And then Brock Purdy took over, but he's kind of at a point too where it's like, San Francisco basically told him, you can only do so much. We have to find somebody else that's going to elevate the offense. So he goes to Vegas. He's with his former offense coordinator now from New England and Josh McDaniels. Can he also have kind of a late career revival?
Is he healthy right now?
He's supposed to be.
Okay, because I know he had something going on there for a bit where they were like, oh boy.
But I don't think they would have signed him if they felt like he was.
Who's their backup quarterback?
I think right now it is
Chase Daniel.
No,
it's not.
You're talking about for the Raiders? It's the guy who was in New England the entire time. He was in Cleveland. What is his name? Hoyer. Brian Hoyer.
Okay.
Oh boy. So yeah, they're gonna need Jimmy G.
Yeah. Well, I think the marriage of McDaniel and Jimmy G is perfect. They had success together in New England.
Aiden O'Connell is having a pretty good preseason and training camp there too. He's a rookie. He's a third stringer, but he's looked pretty good.
Okay. So Josh McDaniel has to have success. He has to at this point. I think that Jimmy G will help. Will it get them to like a notable playoff spot and whatnot? I don't know about that. But I do think Jimmy G is that solid quarterback. He's not going to wow you, but he's not going to hurt you. He's going to be able to drive the offense effectively. And McDaniel obviously knows how to use him. He's been with him before. He's obviously a good offensive mind as far as the play calling and things like that. I think the Raiders get in the playoffs this year.
Wow. Tough conference, tough division.
It is. I know. But the more I think about it, the more I'm like, you know what? If Jimmy G can stay healthy, I think they get in. I know. I'm sorry.
No, hey, listen. That's a hot take.
A little bit, yeah.
Marsh.
Raiders?
The Raiders.
I think the thing I'm looking at is if they can keep Davante Adams engaged and happy. He wanted to go to Oakland. Jeez. He wanted to go play for the Raiders. One of his good buddies, gone. He's not there anymore. Was pretty much treated like you know what on the way out, in my opinion. Derek Carr, that being. So I want to know if they can keep him happy. You also have Josh Jacobs, who's not necessarily all that happy. There was some stuff going on this summer where he was holding out. So, that's what I'm looking for, because I don't know if Jimmy G is going to be able to, if he does play, be that guy to find Davante Adams and whatnot. So,
all right. So the defending champs, we got the Chiefs. The thing to watch out for is pretty obvious at this point, in my opinion. It's Chris Jones. I mean, he's holding out.
Oh yeah, that's weird.
He's holding out. He's threatening to hold out for until week 8 because he's not being paid as one of the top defensive linemen, which he certainly is.
Yeah.
This happens a lot. It happens with other players that feel like they get to about a year or so left in their deal, and they look around and it's like, that guy's making more than me now. That guy, he's certainly worth the money, but the Chiefs are trying to win a Super Bowl, and he's their best player defensively, and it's not even close. I mean, he is a He is on the level of Aaron Donald. I mean, he is that good. A different player, but Chris Jones is the key to Kansas City's defense. So if
he'll be there week 1,
I would think so. They don't say that Andy Reid and the Chiefs. They're not letting on. Not that they would anyways, but it doesn't seem like they're that concerned about it. But man,
who do they play week 1?
Lions.
Oof, yeah, they'll need him for that one.
Arrowhead. I mean, Dan Campbell's going to be biting kneecaps, so you're going to need depth.
That offense is going to come out hot too.
The Chiefs, I agree.
Lions. Anthony.
Oh.
Yeah. Based on the fact that Jones plays defense, you'd probably like to have him on that line.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You need him on that line.
You need me on that line. What about you? Same? Chris Jones?
Oh, yeah, big time. And Patrick Mahomes, too. What I look at with...
Oh, I like him. I think
he's very good, Anthony. Good call. Who's his primaries?
Travis Kelce.
Oh, yeah, of course.
McCole Hardman. Kadarius Toney's going to have a much bigger impact in that offense.
Okay.
They're going to move him around. He's going to be the Deebo Samuel of that offense. They're going to move him all around.
I'm just concerned that he doesn't have an elite target.
He does.
Not named Kelce.
Yeah.
McCole Hardman's on the Jets.
Oh, that's right. He went to the Jets. And they also
MVS
lost
still
Juju.
there?
No. Oh, yeah, he is.
Okay.
Maybe that's who I was thinking of.
But these guys,
they're not, to Jamie's point, they're not prototypical number ones. They do have, Valdez-Scantling. Tony's going to have a bigger impact. Sky Moore's
if he's healthy.
Their gadget guy. Yeah, Tony's rarely healthy. And they drafted Rice in the second round. So they're pretty high on him.
I think for me,
they got Kelce. That's the key.
I don't think it's going to be a problem at all, but I do find it interesting to see what this offense looks like without Eric Bieniemy.
Oh, yeah. It's a good call.
I don't know. I don't think there will be a massive change just because Andy Reid is kind of the mastermind behind everything. But I'm just interested to see because not only does, if they just keep on going, then it makes you wonder, how much did Eric Bieniemy actually do in that offense? And some people already think that way now.
I'm more interested to see what Bieniemy does in Washington.
Yeah.
With Sam Howell. If you can put together a successful offense with Howell, you got my attention.
Yeah.
Andy Reid is the architect of the Chiefs are going to be fine from that standpoint. All right. We got biggest question of the day coming up next on 101 ESPN.
Anthony, we're just talking about the NFL and a lot of exciting possibilities coming up this season. Well, none more exciting than the NFL with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets, and that's guaranteed. I love it. It's guaranteed. And all you have to do is place a $5 bet. So you get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose, if you place a $5 bet. No better time than joining FanDuel right now.
I love FanDuel. I love the Sportsbook app. I love the fact that you can, when you do win, you get paid instantly. It's safe. It's secure. They've got all the odds. And you should check out some of the preseason stuff that they have. Not the actual preseason play, like point spreads and stuff. They do have that. I was talking about the prop plays, the Super Bowl futures, who's going to win the MVP. We were looking at some of that stuff yesterday, the passing yards, the rushing yards. There are so many different ways. And, of course, when the game starts, then you got live betting, you got half times, you got in-quarter betting. You got all kinds of stuff at FanDuel. So check it out. Make sure when you go to FanDuel, make sure you use our promo code FAST. So you're going to love it. You're going to love it for the NFL season. I got BT's, got the rest.
You heard the fellas. You want to get in on this, and here's how you do it. You go to FanDuel.com/fast. That's FanDuel.com/fast to kick off the NFL season with FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issues non-withdrawable bonus. Best that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now at Menards, save big money on your next project with 11% off everything. Give any room a fresh look with Mohawk flooring. Mohawk tile features ceramic, porcelain, and mosaic tiles to fit any decor. Clean Protect Point Park floor and wall tiles protect against bacteria. Just $159 each after 11% rebate. Get 11% off everything. Now at Menards. Good through August 27th. Savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Sponsored by CarX Tire and Auto.
ESPN Sports Center.
I'm Andrew Marsh. It's time for a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals defeat the Pirates yesterday by a final score of 6-4. They have tonight off, but they are taking on the Philadelphia Phillies tomorrow. Miles Michaelis on the mound. First pitch is at 6:05. We talked earlier today with voice of the Blues right here on the Blues Radio Network, Chris Kerber, as well as City SC defender Kyle Hiebert. If you missed any of those interviews, make sure you go to 101ESPN.com or check out the mobile app. It's all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. A lot going on today in the Fast Lane. You're not going to want to miss it if you did miss the entire show. Once again, go to 101ESPN.com or use the 101 mobile app. I'm Andrew Marsh, and the Sports Center Update is brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's time for the Fast Lane's biggest question of the day.
With Jamie Rivers, I'm Anthony Stalter. Andrew Marsh here with the biggest question of the day.
All right, gentlemen, we got this question super early in the show, and we had that mic drop theme going on all day long. Some of the players that are having success right now, if that somewhat scares our listeners and Cardinal fans, if Mo will end up going out and maybe not making the right moves in the offseason and just keeping a few guys. But anyways, we got a text. The question is the Cardinals window opening or is it closing right now? What do you guys think?
Wow. Oh man.
Yes.
I would say opening. Honestly.
Last place? How is it opening?
Well, you got Jordan Walker, you got Mason Wynn, you still have Arenado, who is in his prime. Goldschmidt is a little bit older, so I won't necessarily include him in this, but you still get a lot of young players. Newt, it depends on, though, obviously the pitching and whether or not you're gonna be able to make wholesale changes in the offseason. But you have to love some of the young talent that they have. Right?
I do. Yeah,
I mean, am I right?
I don't know.
This question obviously gets the window gets slammed shut if you don't do anything this offseason.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, you have to do something, obviously. But if they wind up, if either the DeWitts and or Mo completely screws up this free agency class, then, yeah, this window's going to slam shut.
Let me ask you this, Anthony. If we look at this, whether opening or closing, are your young players good enough right now to make you feel like there's a championship on the horizon?
No.
So now, are your old players still your best players?
Yes.
That, to me, says the window's closing. Because Paul Goldschmidt has a year left on his deal. Nolan Arenado will be a year older. I'm not saying these guys aren't productive, but for the window to be opening, it means there's a lot of runway left there. Plus, you've got a great group of young, talented accent pieces. A year from now, Paul Goldschmidt could be gone. Mm-hmm. Who replaces Goldie's numbers? Truly. Like you'd like to say, well, Jordan Walker or Nolan Gorman. Okay, but then who replaces Gorman's offense in the lineup then? This is the Albert Pujols question. Mm-hmm. Is who replaces Albert Pujols? Because it's a tough one. Yeah. So I think the window's closing, personally, based on the roster they have today. Mm-hmm. Waino, Arenado, Goldie, some of these guys just getting older. And I don't think the young guys are enough. Like, they have a lot of nice little accent pieces. Donovan, Edman, these types of players are nice.
Would you say the same thing for the Blues?
No, I wouldn't, because your two top scorers last year were Kyra and Thomas.
But are they to the point where they can carry you?
Well, they have to. They are your best players. Offensively, I'm not talking 200-foot all around. Yeah. They are your best players. So now, do I think the window is opening for the Blues for a Stanley Cup? No, not currently. Mm-hmm. But I feel like another year down the road with Jake Neighbors, I feel like the window is opening a little bit here.
Right. So I guess we have to clarify what window we're talking about. World Series, no, for the Cardinals.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what I look at. It's like NLCS, like a pennant.
No, I mean,
I think we're still like 2 or 3 years away from Jordan Walker and Gorman and these guys being like.
What if they get Nola? Who's your favorite? Is it Nola or Snell? Like, I want to use your favorite.
I think
in this
Nola
example.
Is better suited for this team.
So let's say they get Aaron Nola.
I'll take them both, though.
Sure. So okay. So one of those guys, Nola or Snell, that they get, and they throw them at the top of the rotation. And then you have some combination of like Miles Michaelis, Steven Matz. I like Sonny Gray, so let's throw Sonny Gray in there. And then, I don't know, one of these young guys. Okay? One of these young guys is your fifth. Like, say, Zach Thompson burns the fifth spot. Now, how do you view this team?
Well, the Paul Goldschmidt thing still concerns me. He's playing out, as of right now, he's playing out the last year of his contract next year.
Yeah.
That is a massive void in your lineup. I don't care that he's aging. I get it all. I wouldn't give him a 4 or 5 year deal. I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking about if I knew for sure I had Paul Goldschmidt for at least next year and the year after, I would say the window's opening based on the talent you put on the bump now. With the current situation with the pitching staff and the rotation and the bullpen and Goldie on 1 year left, Arenado aging, some defensive mishaps this year that he really hasn't experienced before. Is it just, well, that's just the way the season's been? Or is it like, maybe he's getting older? Mm-hmm. And I'm not alluding to the fact that he's losing it, but things happen sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Next year will tell me what this year truly was when it comes to something like that. Mm-hmm. So in its current state, the window's closing. If you do what you said and you add another year onto Goldie, at least 1 year, the window's opening. That's how important this offseason is for the Cardinals. That's just my opinion.
It's interesting. I think it's a fascinating question because of the young guys. You're viewing it from the prism of Goldie, which I didn't really think about. I'm more viewing it as, what is Walker going to be in a year or two? What is Wynn going to be in a year or two?
But think of the void in your lineup if Goldie's not there.
Yeah.
Offensively and defensively.
I will say this, though, and I made this point about Pujols. You also have to assume that Goldie's going to continue to do what he's doing. I think that is a variable that we never really consider.
But even if there's a drop-off, even if there's a slight drop-off for Goldie, he's still better than half your lineup. Maybe even more. The way he hits the ball.
I like that. See, I like the lineup. I do. When everybody's healthy, I got no problem with the offense. I think that offense is more than capable. Plus you have a bunch of
that offense with Goldie in it.
True. Yeah. But Goldie's 37. I think we're just assuming that Goldie's just going to be an MVP candidate for forever here.
No, but this year was not like last year. Obviously, he was an MVP.
Yeah. It's a great year. He's had a great year.
But this year hasn't been a total bust for Paul Goldschmidt. And one just has to assume that at least next year, at minimum next year, will be somewhere about the same.
Yeah.
After that, who knows? But I'm still willing to give him an extra year to find out what that looks like.
Sure. All right. Whoever that question, who's that question from? That was a good one. Marcy read it off earlier. Good stuff there. All right. It's Fastlane on 101 at ESPN. When we come back, we'll wrap up the show. Criticisms, compliments, what you missed. Next on 101 ESPN. missed anything from today's show, you can always download the podcast available at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 ESPN mobile app, all brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. One of our big themes throughout the course of the day today, and we appreciate everybody leaving mic drops. If you didn't hear yours today, we apologize. We got a bunch in today, which we do appreciate. Can't get to all of them. But are you concerned at all about the Cardinals front office changing their approach based on how Zach Thompson and Dakota Hudson has looked? And when I say approach, I mean their approach to free agency and adding starters, aggressively adding starters. Could you see them pivoting? Or could you see them like dipping their toe in the water of a legit ace or a stud pitcher and really like lowballing the pitcher and then turning around and telling the Cardinals, or Cardinals fans, yeah, we tried, but you know what? Zach Thompson looked pretty good. Dakota Hudson looked pretty good at the end of the year. Any concern about that? So we took your mic drops throughout the course of the day. We did talk about Shohei Ohtani. I threw kind of I don't know if it was a contrarian viewpoint at Jamie about Shohei Ohtani now that he's injured. He's going to hit the rest of the year, apparently, for the Angels, but Jamie had some good thoughts on that as well. Well, we talked to Kyle Hiebert of St. Louis City SC. He continues to be, really in lockstep, Jamie, I feel like, with you and I and the physicality of the sport of soccer.
Oh, yeah.
We asked him a lot of questions about what you can and cannot get away with. Basically, we kind of started with murder and then went down from there. And Kyle was great as always. We talked to Chris Kerber, had a very good conversation with Kerbs, and Kirst was telling us a story at the end there about why Braden Shen makes a lot of sense as a captain. So I want to make sure you tune in for that. And did a little bit of NFL 4 downs, as well as talked about the AFC West. One thing to look for each team. So there you have it. It's all available at the podcast. Marsh, what do we got for criticisms and compliments?
Yeah, from the 636, love listening to the show while I work. Great sports insights and great discussions about snakes. Keep it up, guys.
Thank you. I feel like we get into the weeds sometimes,
A little
Jimmy.
bit.
But
yeah, Well, you like talking about dinosaurs.
Oh, no doubt. What's your favorite dinosaur, Marsh?
My favorite dinosaur. Yeah, it's a good question. Probably the T-Rex.
Okay, so you're going chalk there. You're going RL chalk.
I'm going chalk.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know the one. That's another chalk one too. The Velociraptor I'd consider chalk.
The Velociraptor, believe it or not, guys.
Yeah.
It's a lot smaller than that.
It's a lot smaller than that. Size of a turkey.
Really?
Yeah, it's about the
It's a
size
dangerous
of a
turkey, though.
It's a dangerous turkey. Yeah, can still run. But
You're telling me that the documentaries on dinosaurs are actually fake?
Well, here's the thing. They
modified.
Here's the thing. Paleontologists did find the fossils of a raptor that was much bigger.
Yeah.
In Utah. They call it the Utah raptor.
Oh, yeah. The Americanized version.
The Utah raptor.
Well,
More similar.
How come that's not the
What
NBA
about it?
team?
But I thought that was in Toronto.
That's what I thought,
That's a basketball team. That's different.
No, I thought they uncovered something frozen up there.
No,
That's why they call them the Raptors.
No, I think the Raptors were play on the first Jurassic Park.
I don't know.
Yeah, were they?
You're suspect.
Yeah.
Why would
I'm not.
Toronto be the city to claim that?
That seems weird.
That's a Jamie question. He's Canadian.
I just told you why, but you don't like my answer.
I don't. No, not at all. But yeah, the Utah Raptor, a lot bigger. Jamie, your favorite?
The, I'm trying to stay, okay. I like the pterodactyl.
Okay,
I like that sucker flying around. Giant bomb.
You don't hear a lot of pterodactyl as favorites, but I like that out of you, Jamie.
And they were much more vicious, too.
Oh, yeah.
Than what they, most pterodactyls like, oh, this is the flying one. No. They were vicious.
Peck your...
No, they'd rip your face off. They'd
Absolutely.
Anthony.
Yeah.
They'd fly in packs.
Certainly.
Like a flying V?
Probably.
Kind of, yeah.
Think so?
It's my favorite kind.
I always thought the Ankylosaurus was very underrated.
The what?
The Ankylosaurus. It's like a tank.
Oh, I think I've seen
Bunch
that
of
one.
spikes on his back and the big club.
His tail.
Oh, yeah.
That too.
That thing only eats,
Massive tail.
isn't it an herbivore?
It is an herbivore, yes. Nice job there, Marsh.
It's way ahead of the game.
Which means it only eats plants.
He's just a vegetarian.
Yeah, but he would blank you up in a fight.
You think he tells people, hey, I'm vegetarian? Or is that only vegan?
Yeah, I think he just He just did his thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't think he was
I would
telling
agree. I don't
people.
think he's boasting about that.
No. Huh. It's like, oh, that guy only eats vegetables?
Yeah, he must be weak. Just kidding.
My leg. My leg.
My face. It's gone.
From the 314, Anthony isn't the hero we deserve.
What the hell?
He's the hero we need.
Thank you.
There we go. I don't know what that was following, but
I'm sure it was the Cardinals conversation and the Zoo conversation. I have to imagine that a lot of Cardinals fans were very disappointed in you guys during that conversation. That you don't want to see the Cardinals in the playoffs. I thought that was a layup.
I'd rather see families who maybe are challenged financially a little bit because times are tough. I'd rather be able to have children go to the zoo without being charged $8 a person just because you want your team to limp into the playoffs.
That was pretty disgusting.
I honestly thought that was a layup.
It was terrible.
$8 to go to the zoo, but the trade-off
not everybody
is...
makes Anthony Stalter money, okay?
I don't even make what you think I make.
Well, obviously you do. Throwing $8 around like it's nothing. And it's not just $8 because who the hell goes to the zoo by themselves?
That was pretty weird,
Anthony. But
I'm just saying, how many? Maybe twice a year. And you don't
how many people in your family?
5.
So that's $80. Bam! You haven't bought a drink. You haven't bought a snow cone. You haven't bought Dippin' Dots.
We already
nothing.
established parking costs money.
Yeah.
Gas money. Gas is out the roof
guys,
these days.
I can't step out of my house right now without spending $80 as a family of 5. Like, as soon as I walk out there, somebody is like, well, you owe us $80. Mm-hmm. I'm like, what did I get? So I'm with you on this, okay?
We're actually just going to take your money.
But yeah, right. They're like, I just swipe the credit card. And I'm like, okay, I'll worry about it later,
They're
I
like
guess.
Serving you papers.
But I thought that was a layup. You get the Cardinals in the playoffs. Get playoff baseball this year.
Would you spend $10, and we got a text earlier today, would you spend $10 to go to the zoo if you got Shohei Ohtani for 10 years? I think that's what it is.
Yes.
But how are we going to sell them on St. Louis if we're charging $10 to get
See, that's exactly where my thought process is.
$500 million goes a long way.
Well, Anthony, again, you can't just go spending other people's money no matter what they make. It's presumptuous and flat out irresponsible.
Honestly, I'm dismayed by your thought here. You have wanted wanted Shohei Ohtani. I got you Shohei Ohtani, and it cost me $10.
No, it cost you more than that. Now it's costing you $50 to bring your family to the zoo.
I got Shohei for you. You're welcome.
Yeah.
All you've wanted is Shohei Ohtani in
Not
St.
at
Louis.
the expense of people being able to go to the zoo in St. Louis, though. It's not my my thing to do. I can't go spend other people's money. I can't do that. It's not my responsibility.
You have a moral compass.
Yes, somewhat.
I appreciate the compliment from the text line on that. Thank you. I'm glad I'm not alone in wanting more for the Cardinals.
We call that business ethics. From the 618, I personally love the Fast Lane because they are the dumbest show alive.
No doubt.
I mean, that's a hell of a compliment.
Yeah, that is. Tasted like a crap sandwich, but I'd still
eat that sandwich for sure.
That was
Those
nice.
are the ones you don't chew, you just swallow them whole.
Mm-hmm.
That way it's much better. It's easier. It goes down quicker.
Yeah.
Look like
a pill.
Yeah.
You know, like, all right.
Almost.
Yeah, because who the hell chews a pill, right? You do that the first time you were a kid, you learn.
Oh,
you
yeah.
go,
Like,
"Oh."
Yeah.
After that, you're swallowing.
Right.
All the time.
No doubt. It's better.
This is from Nick, who was on YouTube. He said, God, it's so awkward watching these two adults be salty over getting to talk sports for a living.
We're not salty about sports. Who the hell said that? Block them.
We're not salty at all. Go to hell. All right. That'll do it for us. Oh, screw you. We had some fun today, I think. Yeah.
Not everybody.
Instant replay is coming up from 6 to 7. For Jamie Rivers and Andrew Marsh, I'm Anthony Stalter. We do appreciate everybody listening and texting in. Thank you for leaving us mic drops throughout the course of the show. It was a challenging show, I think, for a lot of us today, but think we learned something, and I just hope everybody's back tomorrow and feeling good about things. So
we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah. See ya.